Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Welcome to another edition of Airy Sky Read It Reads video blog. I'm Airy Sky. Give me one moment. I want to fill up some water here. Maybe that will work. I've been coughing a bit today, so sorry if my voice sounds a little hoarse this morning. Got into a Chloe again, and well, anyways, today we're going to be talking about stimulus checks. That's right, stimulus checks. Now, I've been watching YouTube for a while, and other various people, and I got to talk about stimulus checks for one. There's a lot of people out there that think the government owes them a second stimulus check. Well, in the next 15 days, this is where the videos get interesting, because in the next 15 days, we will know who's going to get a stimulus check and who isn't. Now, there's all these people saying, well, I'm calling Congress. If they don't give me my stimulus check or vote what I want, then I'm voting them out. Well, in my opinion, no one gives a shit if you vote them out or not. What they care about is their fucking seat, all right? Now, a lot of people say, oh, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Really, they don't care. Look, 15 days, you got two problems. You got the Senate, who wants to spend about $1 trillion. You got the House that wants to spend about $3 to $4 trillion, okay? And you got these hilljack motherfuckers who want $2,000 a month because they say they're entitled to it. You don't see my my cousin-in-law, who I adore, turn around and say something like, the government needs to give me $2,000 a month to live on. Literally, $2,000 a month, huh? The government doesn't owe you jack diddly shit, okay? Now, people ask me all the time about Congress and the Senate and what's going to happen, I'll tell you what's going to happen. The U.S. government, okay, has to make a deal in 15 days, but they're not going to, because the Republicans are going to basically blame the Democrats, and the Democrats are going to blame the Republicans. Now, I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories out there, okay? Some say that the Republicans want to kill the party off because they're tired of the dictator-in-chief, supposedly. There's so many different, and I'm not saying he's a dictator, I'm just saying that, these are the rumors going around. And, if you look at it from 2 points of views, it's basically going back and forth inside a political civil war. I mean, if you look at it from there, you got Democrats that already had passed a bill in May. You got the Republicans who want to spend $1 trillion. And yet now the president is saying, oh, well, I'm going to veto any bill that doesn't have tax cuts. First, he said he was going to veto any bill that had tax cuts in it. Now he's saying he's going to veto any bill that doesn't have tax cuts in it. I mean, you're going to watch the time tick down, okay? This is the last 2 weeks of the month for the last two paychecks of $600 a week, right? It's coming up shortly. And yet, when you're looking at the calendar like I am, you can see the entire country is going down the freaking toilet. Literally. And that, hold on a sec. And because of it, this will help me with my headache this morning. And because of it, the American people couldn't get anything else, so I had to get Advil. These little minis. These aren't bad. They're like tiny things. So anyways, headache this morning. So they're basically going to duke it out. I've seen people say, oh, well, you got this and you got that. The president's going to do this. Both these freaking hilljacks on freaking YouTube that do videos, they're doing it to make a living. I'm not. I'm basically not sugarcoating it either. Some of these idiots basically want to go ahead and make a video, clickbait it. There's nothing to report. I mean, look, I report this every day. Congress and the Senate, for people that don't want to watch, Congress and the Senate are turning around. What are they doing? They're going to turn around and they're going to um, they're going to um, they're going to um, they're going to literally um, you know, duke it out. Even my moderators, Joe, Mark, and the rest of them know they're going to duke it out. I mean, literally, and that's the problem. I mean, literally, that's how I see it. Okay, people sit there and they say, "Oh well, what's going to happen? What's going to happen?" Look, you got freaking people playing with fire right now. You got one party basically saying 1 trillion. You got one party that's saying we need all this to help the country. You know what? Here's what I say. Okay, now first of all, the government doesn't owe any of you motherfuckers jack shit. So if you want, come onto my channel and say, "Oh well, I need $2,000 a month. I gotta live because I'm on benefits." You can't make your fucking $600 a month payment work. Then you're just a fucking greedy hobo that just wants more money. I'm tired of fucking greedy people. Literally, I am. I mean, I know moderators that I love dearly. They're not greedy. Some of them have cancer, but you don't see me sitting there, I mean, literally, we have a complicated issue, and the complicated issue is pretty damn bad. And then you got other complicated issues, right? Problem is, look at all these hobos that want to sit there and be like, "I need this, I can't live." You know what? If I can live 4 years on my income taking care of Chloe, then you hobos should be able to fucking make it work. And if you want to fucking bitch because you blame the government for making the virus or China, then why don't you go and make a deal with China and have China pay your fucking $2,000 a month? Because fucking, I think you all are fucking, you're blaming China. Okay, yes, China this and China that. That's fine. I mean, well, there is information out there that supports that China hid this, but guess what? You're not entitled to fucking jack shit because of whatever. It'd be like me telling you that all the 50 people that are alive, or 70-year-old people, that these old farts are responsible for the previous administration's doing of thing. That would basically say that that it'd be like, that garbage is definitely. Hey, Chloe, trash has to be taken out. There's rotting shrimp tails starting to smell. I can tell it. I mean, yeah. So, anyways, it'd be like me saying, that you're responsible for your actions, and that China's responsible for the actions, and they got to pay. The thing is every country is responsible for the actions, but every country doesn't need to cough up a payment for. I mean, if the world wanted to pull together that could cripple China so bad that China would basically go hungry. Fortunately, it won't happen. I mean, even if you had all the allies pull together to go after China, right? It won't happen. I mean, literally, you got all these people saying, "Oh, well, praise the president for taking care of China." Really? You praise China for, well, let's break it down, okay? You got the president and you got President China. President China is basically like, look, and I saw a report this morning basically said, if you're going to accept China as a modern industry or superpower as well as the Americans, then they got to accept it. Fortunately, they won't accept different culture, accept different, regimes, accept, fortunately. The problem with it is People sit there and they're bitching about, oh, I can't get this and I can't get that and I can't get this and oh, cry me a river, I can't buy this, I can't buy that. Wow, wow, wow. Problem is the American people, okay? The American frickin' people think that another stimulus will help them out. I mean, look, let me put it to you this way. People on $2,400 additional a month. They can fucking do what they want. They can buy what they want. I mean, look, some people, they don't want to get off of it. They think it's too comfortable for them. But what about the fucking people that live on less? What about the fucking people that are supposed to bring in SSI or SSDI, retirement, all that smaller amount, huh? Give them the fucking money. They could use it too. Oh, wait, I forgot. These unemployed people, I mean, they're talking about 30 million people going to be probably going homeless on the moratorium and eviction because of it. And we have to extend unemployment. We don't have to do shit. You know why? Because each party basically, I mean, the president wants to bring stuff over here to manufacture. Problem is, will never happen. China's already got patents and everything. You have to start from scratch. Building factories and taking a while. It won't happen. I mean, just trying to strip things just to do it. It won't happen. My opinion, it won't happen. I mean, you're looking at a guy who wants to handle things his way, and yet, what's happened? The American people, right, need to realize that they're not entitled to Jack Diddley poop. They want to sit there and say that the government better give them $2,000 a month, or they're voting them out. These are the greedy son of a bitches that got it through their head that they're entitled to $2,000 a month. You don't see me sitting there saying, "Give me $2,000 a month." No, it's never going to happen. They're not going to offer it. That would cost between 12 and 14 trillion for 18 months. You'd cripple the economy. I had a conversation in a hotel hot tub with my cousin with my cousin. And I'm telling you, you're not entitled to jack shit. And yet, people are saying that in the next 15 days they're gonna cut out a check. They're not gonna cut out jack shit. What they're gonna cut out is every person. I mean, I remember talking to Joe the other day, moderator Joe, and we talk on the phone. Might call him up today too. That'd be cool. And Joe and I were talking the other day about unemployment and benefits. And Joe basically, he's awesome. And I'm going to use the word blatantly because that means he was direct with me. He says, "I hope we don't get another stimulus. Country's going bankrupt. Okay." There's a lot of disabled people and elderly that are hoping for a second stimulus check so they can go fucking spending or gambling or whatever. I'm sorry to say, but if you go fucking gambling with it, mm-mm. I know a couple of people that love gambling. So be it. That's your business. I'm not gonna judge you for it, but I'm just saying we need to look at the big picture here. I mean, we're basically, when a lot of people ask all the time, "What do we buy? What do we get? What do you get?" Look, the family said we're good on toilet paper towel. I got to get a box together soon and go through the food, the pantry and stuff. Of course, I didn't like the joke about them saying Ebony's food. Eat your food already, Evan? Let's see. There you go. I'll get you some more a little later. Look, the problem is the American people think that they're entitled to a fucking handout. They're not. Thing is, when you're basically sitting there and you see some guy on YouTube every day or 3 or 4 comments, I finally snap and I have to put them in their place and say, look, I did the math. I mean, look. I mean, one of the things that I think, last night, I actually Sister Pee Wee touched my heart. That's why I adopted her. She adopted me. It's She touched my heart. I mean, look, she said it last night the best. People don't. The sheeple don't. The sheeple will follow themselves to the slaughterhouse to be slaughtered before they look at the facts. I mean, I go through numerous channels every day, and numerous channels. I do my research, and I'm telling you, we got 15 days. Mitch McConnell and Speaker or Secretary of Treasury Mnuchin already said hardworking Americans in the hospitality field. Personally, I said it today. I put a person in a place. Well, the unemployment is taken away. There's going to be like 28 million homeless. Well, let me put it to you this way, right? I know my family, Portland is taken care of, okay? As I said in this channel many times, I worry about them. They're good. Fortunately, the problems is in Portland. He sent me some links I was going to watch later. I found some new backdoor news channels anyways to see what's going on from my cousin's point of view. And literally, it's not safe in downtown Portland right now. Even some of my doctors that I have connections with, that I'm friends with, said it's not safe down there. So you do the math. And yet, homeless, 18 to 28, maybe 30 million. Well, guess what? If they didn't fucking rely on the fucking government public dole, But then again, I've said this time and time again when people say, oh, well, we need it. No, there is other things. However, what's that? Oh, my robe. Thought I was setting on Moppy for a minute. Nope, it's my robe. My dog's important to me. The unemployment, all right, they got all these ideas, and that's what I'm talking about. They want to give you $450 a week for 6 weeks to go back to work. But as I said time and time again, jobs went the way of the dodo bird. Unless they're going to basically hire a lot of people to turn around, by the way, and employ them to build prisons and build factories and build other things, get into the fixing infrastructure. The Democrats and the Republicans are dumb as a box of rocks. They are. I mean, literally. I mean, in my opinion, they need to basically come together for the good of the people. There won't. You got $1 trillion budget. You got one that already passed that wants to help the states. And look, until I get complete concrete information on a few things, I'm not going to talk about those until I do more research. To educate you all right? I mean, I've said this all of month of July so far. When they get back to work, which is tomorrow, thank God it's tomorrow, they say, oh, it's going to be right on the desk. President's going to veto anything that doesn't have tax cuts in it. He said earlier that he was going to veto anything that had tax cuts in it. I mean, literally. I don't see any second stimulus bills coming anywhere, either in the House or the Senate. The Senate's going to basically demand theirs. The House is going to say you're going to need to do ours. And in the end, both parties are going to be freaking out of jobs because most of the Americans will vote them both out. Maybe they'll put in a new independent or Green Party or a Libertarian Party or the toilet bowl party, for example. I mean, I just threw that out there, by the way, just as an example. But you get my point. The American people are tired. I mean, look at 30 million people can be homeless. I said this. They're like, oh, well, we need to make our payments. And so, well, banks, here's another thing. Banks aren't fucking loaning. I mean, you could have them. I talked to the banker the other day, right? And I just asked. I said, hey, if you have perfect credit, do you finance right now? They said, no. You can't get a boat loan, car loan, house loan, or nothing. It's like they're not going to fucking give a damn dime for anyone. Good morning, Sassy. They should give at least $2,000 for a stimulus one-time payment. I agree, but $2,000 a month they won't do. I mean, that's one of the things that I was just talking on my commenting on. A guy does a stimulus check every day. He does it for Sassy to make a living by people clicking his videos. He makes it every day, so he's got the viewers. I don't have the viewers, but I'm not asking to make money on YouTube. All I'm saying is I'm looking at the facts. And my moderators, Sassy and others, agree that $1,200. Well, here's the yesterday's discussion. Okay, went a little longer. Yesterday's discussion was the $1 million question is, what do you get for $1,200? You can't get $1,200 worth of stuff. You can, but 70% of people empty the warehouses. Now China doesn't want to ship anything. Well, China's like, until you basically agree with us, United States, we don't have to ship you jack shit. And so it goes back to, warehouses being empty. So you can't find anything, new computers, laptops, cameras, etc., etc. Yeah. There's a lot of them doing it. They're doing it because they're making a living. Me, I'm doing it to give you the straight answers. We got 15 business days starting tomorrow. Does anyone here think the Republicans are really going to get something passed with the Democrats? I'm sorry to say. Yeah. I mean, they should give at least $2,000, but Mitch McConnell, Speaker or Secretary of State Mnuchin, sorry, keep thinking Speaker, they said that they want to give the next stimulus rounds to the hardworking Americans under $40,000, which that means anyone who's on disability should get. But they didn't say it. They said hard-working Americans. That was their play on words. And my husband, if he was alive, he would say the same thing, play on words here. The thing is, the Democrats aren't going to budge. They want more money for testing, tracing, contact tracing, all that. They want money for the CDC. Trump said any money goes to the CDC, he ain't going to budge. No money, bye-bye, no money for them. And so, the Democrats are going to use that against him in this election. I mean, literally. I mean, the numbers, I've been watching the numbers. Some say they're overinflated, but apparently the World Health Organization is keeping good numbers too. So, I have spreadsheets on that and others, but when it comes to funds, Well, yeah, exactly. That's not a good sign. Well, yeah, I mean, they say under $40,000, anyone who's a hardworking American who's struggling should be able to get another stimulus for them. But they also want to do deals like um, one guy wanted to give $1,200 to mixed families. One person's a citizen, the other isn't. I mean, another idea was $1,200 a person on food stamps. Another idea was $450 a week for 6 weeks for going back to work incentive. They say that being unemployed, that it's a de-incentive, maybe, but the question, Sassy, is what happens the people that lost their jobs permanently? I mean, the unemployment rate is almost as high as the Great Depression, and yet the only way they're going to get out of it is if they rebuild infrastructure and offer them a decent wage to help build roads, build factories. I mean, we could even have them help rebuild our nuclear power plants because our power plants are outdated and old, coal plants, etc. I mean, that those things could be working for the people, but no, they want to sit there and say the incentives. If they don't have an way to offer jobs for people to go to work, because some of the jobs won't hit the dodo bird. Then what? I mean, yes, unemployment. Maybe they should expand it, but if they expand it again for another 6 months, maybe sassy. They should basically give say $450 a week, and if they can live on $450 a week, that would be fine. But the next say the coronavirus is still going in January, maybe they need to drop it from $450 a week to $300 a week. I mean, literally. I mean, gradually tapering it off and see if jobs go back to work. I mean, no one knows what they're doing. I mean, all I can tell you is if you look at the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi laughed and said, once the states get money to bail out the states because the states are doing the jobs, the states need the testing equipment and everything. I mean, we're looking at another SIP, a stay in place or shelter order coming up because people are not wearing masks. I mean, states are mandatory, and some states are actually getting away with you wear a mask, you go into a restaurant, you go into a business. If you don't, that's it. I mean, to me, it's not a good thing. I mean, literally. I mean, there's people out there that and I've talked to a Republican who thinks that the reason that the Senate's not budging is it's an equality thing. You're giving $2,400 on addition to regular unemployment in the state, which is, people are saying in today's report, unemployment will be 50 to 85% cut when the supercharged unemployment benefits end. Well, the problem is, and here's the problem with the report. The report said they thought that they can do it for 4 months and everything would go back to normal. Fortunately, it isn't. You got states basically issuing a 4-phase plan, which they want to throw out of the window due to the fact that, they want fucking restaurants and businesses, filled. I mean, I went to restaurants yesterday or throughout the last 4 days. And as I said in yesterday's video, they were running a skeleton crew and they were running with very little people. Now, if there's outside seating, the outside seating was freaking almost packed. Literally, if you're outside, because we're on an island, it was full. But indoors, pretty nearly empty. And that is where you got to look at the picture. Now, the economy, it ain't rebounding. I walked into every store in the last 4 days in my island, pretty much except for Roach Harbor, and it was freaking empty. Empty. No one was doing what they're doing, it was empty. The American people aren't buying because of it. They're basically hoarding their money, thinking that this is what's left. They better hoard it because once it's gone, they can't buy anything. And so the economy is going to tank. And they're not thinking about that. They're thinking, if we get back to work, the economy will stabilize and people will go to work and people will make money and the economy will rebound. It won't when the jobs aren't there. That's the thing. They're not looking at the numbers. They're going to doctor the numbers to do as little as possible for the American people. But as family said this when they came to visit, who's going to be paying for this next stimulus? It'll be grandchildren, great-grandchildren. And if you do tax cuts now, that undermines Social Security, which means Social Security runs out of money quicker. It's like the Republicans are trying to kill Social Security off. But then what program do they put in place to replace for the elderly and disabled that's on benefits or veterans? I mean, it's like they want to keep veterans railroad, but they want to get rid of SSI and Social Security, disability insurance, retirement, and survivors. Well, that's like 5 programs they want to take, at least 4 programs. And yet, people are sitting there saying, well, we need $2,000 a month because of it's necessary. Well, that means you bankrupt the country. And besides, our dollar, if you devalue our dollar, it might end up with being 20 cents to the dollar. And that's not going to be good for us. We'll go to be a third world country. You got to look at the economic part of it. It's not easy. It's sad. It's sad that we're watching the country go down the toilet because the American people are sitting there like, oh, I'm going to vote these people out because I don't get $2,000 a month. Government doesn't owe you jack shit. I mean, literally, that's why the government's going to cut out the people. The government doesn't want to give Social Security recipients, SSI, veterans, railroad, disability insurance, retirement survivors, any money because 70% of them spent it foolishly in empty warehouses. I, of course, stockpiled everything I could to survive. I'm surprised from April to now, almost 4 months being in here, that I've gone out a few times out of my house. But otherwise, I mean, if you look at the picture, the American people are suffering to no end. And they are hurting to no end. And because of it, people are looking at other issues, and that is where it sucks. American people look at this as, what do we do? How do we live? And yeah, maybe they need $2,000 a month, but how long does that take till it bankrupts the country? I mean, the Republicans are trying to save the budget. The budget keeps going up. Yes, I know. And good morning, Gail. That's what I was just saying. It's going to hurt unless they're going to find a program to put people on. It's going to hurt big time. And, I've already basically gave my opinion on some of these people this morning. That I was watching videos on stimulus checks, and it's the same clickbait. Click on it. They talk about it. I mean, they're not going to pass anything. The Democrats and Republicans have to come together. They have to come together as one unit. They got to work together as a team. They got to They got to. They got to. You know. And um, you know, how do I say it? Come together, and they're not. So you got one that wants 3 to 4 trillion, otherwise they ain't budging. You got the Republicans who saying they want 1 trillion, and they're not going to budge. They want liability, and so the next 15 days, unless they come together and make some form of middle ground, nothing's going to pass. Literally, people don't realize it won't pass. I mean, you're going to have the American people, okay, being pissed. You're going to have the American people who's going to be pissed because if they give the hospitality industry 40,000 or under money, you're going to have the AARP. You're going to have other groups basically saying, "Look, this is unfair. There's the disabled." But the thing is, unless the Republicans and Democrats put in some key safety features to protect the income, to protect people from emptying warehouses, it's pretty damn useless. They're going to sit there and be like, oh, well, I need this and I need that. Yeah, you might need it, but who's going to get it? I mean, literally. I mean, the American people are fed up. They are literally fed up. They're fed up with it. They're fed up with waking up in the morning and seeing more and more videos talking about it, but no one's doing anything about it. I mean, they could have basically gave in another stimulus a while ago, but they didn't. Why didn't they? Because they sit around and they're waiting for all the other stimulus money to trickle down to make zero. Then they might turn around and say, okay, we can do this now. You really think that is? No. They're going to go in, they're going to say, oh, well, Monday morning, well, we couldn't come to an agreement. And then, well, Nancy Pelosi's offered to have Congress stay behind on their vacation to work. The American people are going to sit there and see it. And by Friday, they're going to still not come to some agreement. And then what? They're going to turn around and say, well, we couldn't budge because the American people, the American people are going to sit there and wait till the following week, which will be the week of the 27th again. They're going to go back and forth and bicker until nothing gets done. And then when they go to vacation, they'll be like, well, the Democrats didn't work with us. And then he ain't going to see anything till September. Simple. The Senate's already bringing out their own, they're already drafting their own bill, which a lot of senators in the Republican Senate has already said, Gail, that they want 40,000 and under. They want it for the hardworking Americans, which means if you play on words, the hardworking Americans, that means you and I don't get jack shit. I mean, look, the Republicans are doing what they can, saying that the coronavirus is not that hard off. And, the thing is we're in a world where the American people need the help and they're not getting the help. But that's because, the Republicans got numbers where their numbers, how do I put it? Their numbers, oh, yeah, exactly, Sassy, exactly. I mean, look at it from my point of view. It's like moderator Pee Wee said that the bills, they've drafted a lot of them. Like I said, there's a lot on the table. Tax credits, travel tax incentives. Spend 48,000 in 3 years, get 24,000 back. I mean, some of these dumb ideas. But the other thing is, the Republicans that I know of in the Congress has told me that if they get rid of unemployment, then certain things like people going to hotels will stop. I mean, I was at a hotel the other day. Like I said, I was using a hot tub, right? The room was $330 a night. And if you take away those people's abilities to have boosted unemployment, these people can't go on vacation and they'd have to stay home. And that might be a good thing because then they won't be spending $300 for, you know, travel. I mean, literally, just to travel out here. A lot of people on their unemployment's coming to my island, to help the economy. But at the same time, our pandemic spiking out here because of it. And, I think what's going to happen is the Democrats are going to do everything they can to blame it on the Republicans to try to win both House and Senate. Even if the president gets reelected in the House and Senate are Democrat, again, you're going to see the House and Senate making bills, and the president's going to veto it for 4 years or at least 2 years until the next, thing, because no one wants to do it. That's the thing. People are turning around and they're, trying to, do what they can and try to get the votes. And, the American people, a lot of them are like, well, I'll vote for this person because They offered $2,000 a month, and yet they didn't pass it. So they have the goodness of the heart, but at the same time, the American people are, you know, divided because, you got one side saying, well, we don't need to give that much money. I mean, literally, like I said, the $1,000,000 question is, what is $1,200 going to do? What if they give $1,500 for SSI disability, or $2,000 flat outright? I mean, if they take 40,000 and under, they might just do it and give $2,000, or hell, they can even give $3,000 one-time payments. Fortunately, the problem is, as long as China's holding the warehouses up and not filling them, then that $3,000 you'll have to either invest in rent, electricity, internet, phone, foods, etc. I mean, a food stamp, that was another option on the table. I mean, literally. Or one guy drafted, only illegals get it, illegals. I mean, literally the illegals. I mean, what happened to America first? Americans should be first, but the American people, Well, look at this. Canada is going to propose to expand their monthly benefits per month, but Canada's got a lower population than us, so and because of it, the American people need to realize that they're um lower population, they can afford it. But here we can't afford it, because trying to do that would make us $14 trillion in the deficit, and we don't have a way to pay it back. So, I mean, but then again, there's a lot of people saying, well, I can't make my mortgage payment unless I have unemployment, and they need to give it to us, otherwise I'll lose my house, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, look, these people should realize that they should be preparing for the worst. I mean, literally, have an emergency fund just in case. But no, what happens with the emergency fund? They spend their money. They max out their credit cards. They use credit card as a tool, and then they pay the minimum, and then they never get in the hole. And then when something happens, they don't have the credit card to back them up to spend, And then they complain, oh, well, we're going to lose our house. We're going to lose this and that. We're going to do this and this and this. Banks aren't giving loans. Banks aren't giving credits either. Because of it, the American people are suffering. But in some ways, the American people brought it upon themselves. That's the thing. The American people brought it upon themselves. And literally.
True that.
I mean, you spend your money wisely, you can make it last. You don't spend your money wisely. I'll take that. I'll get it prepared to we're on state tonight for dinner, by the way.
I'm gonna find the box. You feel a little better now. It's felt thick. I ain't gonna have I ain't gonna have some sort of allergies. Food allergies.
I mean, look at the big picture here. Everyone needs to realize if you have credit cards, you use them, you max them out. That they think credit cards are used as an emergency. But if you can't pay your credit card bill, eventually, shit hits the fan yet again. Again, it goes back to the same crap, just different story. What happens, right? So, the American people need to realize they can't freaking, ask for handouts, ask for help. I mean, literally, American people think, oh, well, this is China's fault. China should pay for it. China ain't going to pay for it. Yeah, it seems an interesting flavor. I mean, look at it from that point of view. It should always, financial advisors tell people to save money in case of an emergency. People at Christmas time rely on Walmart for layaway. Again, it works. Unfortunately, what if you can't get to a Walmart during the pandemic? Then you can't get Christmas presents. I mean, we're in a time and place where some people are watching their businesses go down the toilet. Oh, exactly. In Mexico, they probably do it just to keep us out because people would want to hop the border anyway, sassy. Yeah, well, everything I've read and everything I've read from all the sources state right now there's like 18 different ideas on the table, but it doesn't say anything about people with benefits. They're trying to cut the benefits out to make it a shorter and cheaper method, I mean, literally what we're dealing with right now is people that are greedy, plain and simple. You can vote for whoever you want, Gail. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because, we're peons. And so our votes don't count. And they don't care if they don't pay $1,200. I mean, hell, they could offer us $200 a person for a disability just because they might think that 200 will stimulate the economy for everyone on benefits, or they could give us 1,200, or they could give us $2,000. I mean, literally. But if you're looking at the big picture here, and this is the truth, they're not talking about people on benefits. People on benefits, if they can't make their money last in the states, if the state's giving extra food benefits, well, that's fine and dandy. Which reminds me, I need to check on something. There we go. So I'm just checking something real quick. I'm on the Washington food stamp thingy, and there's a little website, where you can click on it, and it'll tell you what your current benefits are. So August it'll be $200 because and food stamps. So that's all they're giving us during the pandemic. States basically doing that, Well, good morning, Cam. Well, Roger Stone is a racist. I mean, everyone knows that. But then again, the country's divided. You got racism dividing it. You got pandemic divided. You got stimulus people divided. I mean, literally. I mean, let me put it this way. I got an email from my lady friend today who sold us lamb up to September. I said I'd like to get some for October. Turned around and says I can't do that. we don't have any more lamb till next year. And I was like, oh my God. She's like, I know, you're going to have to, figure out what you want to eat because you're going to need to, deal with this. So I talked to Chloe and I said, well, what do we eat? We're going to be, we need to keep some stuff in hand, Well, we have hamburgers, so we're going to eat, like hamburger helper and stuff. So literally. So I was looking at, meats, meats and cheeses, you know. And so I was talking, about that. I mean, I got till tonight to put my food order in, and I thought I'd get some, you know, some food. You know, I mean, we are, in a pandemic, so I was told, to either get a lamb box or a hamburger box or a beef box, Yeah, well, here our sheriff goes around the island and says mask or 90 days in the county jail, sassy, and $1,000 fine and 90 days in jail. That's it. But if you're a tourist, they look the other way. It's the citizens. They got to make sure that they comply. But the tourists, I've seen so many tourists when my family was here not wearing masks. It wasn't even funny. You know, I mean, well, yeah, Nigeria is bad, but then again, Nigeria is trying to do what they have to get this virus under control. I mean, look, they asked the president why he doesn't mandatory wear face masks, and he said because it takes away the rights of the people. But if you allow the rights of the people to run around with no masks, what happens? The virus spreads. And right now, we have to have some form of thing. Now, if he allows the masks to continue in this country without wearing masks, what happens? Masks get taken away, right? Then the government decides, like in the blue states, they might just shut down and be like, we're going to phase one. The virus is too much. Then what happens? Then they'll give phase one again. And I'm saying, here's how I see it, okay? As you all know, I talk about this from time to time. August 9th is my birthday, me and my sister's. I was born on her birthday. Now, if they go out on vacation and nothing gets passed by August 9th and they don't stay in and they take their vacation, I'm guaranteeing that the blue states are going to freaking turn around and shut down the entire government completely. They're going to shut it down and they're going to blame it on the Republicans for not passing a stimulus bill because they have to shut down and run a skeleton crew with the welfare department on telephone service, email, etc. They're just going to freaking say, nope, we can't afford it. And they're going to do what they can, and they're going to blame it on the Republicans for not giving them another check. Actually, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'll look it up and I'll get back to you, because apparently in our state, here's what happened in our state, Sassy. In Washington state, the state's constitution says that they can make it so under health exempt health pandemics, the governor takes command. Therefore, for example, some guy took the governor to court and said it's unconstitutional that I got to wear a mask. Fuck this. It's unconstitutional. American people shouldn't be wearing a mask. The state shouldn't be enforcing it. So what happened? The Supreme Court in my state ruled that masks are mandatory during a pandemic and the governor has that power. It's like, The state of Washington turned around and passed a bill. I was talking to my cousin about this. AR-15s. You have to have a permit. You have to have a special license. You have to have training for it. And you have to have a special AR-15 safe for it. You meet all those requirements and you pass, you can have an AR-15. Otherwise, it's like they want handguns to be mandatory, that everyone has to take a course. And if you want concealed carry, they're trying to push it so you have to have a course. I mean, everything they want to fucking milk everything. So in this state, Sassy, they're saying, hey, you're not wearing a mask, Rita, you're going to jail. Here's a warning: mask or jail. Plain and simple. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts. But if they see a tourist, the tourists, of course, some of them are wearing masks, some aren't. Yeah, and the governors are doing their jobs. I mean, literally. And then he passes the buck anyway, saying that it's the state's jobs to mandate them to get all the personal protection equipment and more. Fortunately, the states can't have the funding. The virus will spike and they can't contain it. Second is the virus will spike due to the fact that we have what do you call that? We have hospitals overfilled. And hospital overfilled, we need to have a stimulus to help the states get out of the red, because without property taxes and taxes that they're claiming, the state's in the red. I mean, the state's going to be in the red for years, which means, as long as people are deferring their property taxes and deferring their income tax and deferring all this crap, the dang country is not going to get better. And as long as people think that it's not going to get better, you're going to see a lot of crap happen. I mean, look at the BLM movement. They want to defund all the police around the country. My family says, fine, let them. Everyone with a gun. You screw up, it'll be bloodshed. To me, I don't support bloodshed. But I don't support someone walking into your house with a gun too, saying, I'm taking all your stuff because you got food and I don't. I mean, literally. I mean, you got to think about the future. Yeah, but a lot of states are sacrificing your freedoms for masks. I mean, look at it this way. When you look at the big picture, Sassy, it's like people are now, blue states are trying to sacrifice safety so you can't have a gun. And if you don't have a gun, you're fine. They don't want you to have a gun. They think you're going to overthrow the government. In my opinion, it's BS. I mean, literally, they're doing what they can. But let me tell you this. I talked to a guy, and I watched his videos. He's completely right. In the next 4 months, shit's going to hit the fan. Are you prepared to bail out wherever you live to protect yourself? Because whether Trump wins, the Republicans win, the Democrat wins, or Biden wins, you're going to see a lot of shit at the fan. And, one of the things that I agree with my cousin and Pee Wee is, what if Biden gets in, the Democrats control both House and Senate, you're going to see gun control passed at the federal level. You're going to have so many benefits given to the people so they can stay home. But they could also turn around and let me give you the water hose method, the lawn hose. So you're outside and you got your hose connected to your outside spigot in your house, and you turn it on. Let's just say the Democrats went over there and were like this, and they turned it on in full force. Say the water's the coronavirus, and it's all over, right? And all of a sudden, Biden gets elected. Democrats control both House and Senate. They just go over and they turn it off. And it could be all a setup. No one knows. So to me, we have to be prepared for the worst. And that's why I keep telling people, before you go out and invest money in useless crap, think about what you need at home to hole up in. And by the way, another thing I did research on is ammunition and guns are hard to get a hold of. You can't get ammo, you can't get guns. That tells you there's something wrong with the country. And people are putting a lot of money into ammo and guns. Come here. Hi. Anyone want to see this, huh? Oh, I agree completely. I agree with you. Hi. Hi. Oh, yeah. Look at him. Isn't he cute? He got his nails trimmed and he got his manhood snipped. Hi. I just thought I'd share that with you all. Look at my little bun bun. He says hello.
That's a journey alone. I'm taking there. Not doing that.
Let's see. Unprotected sex is not healthy, but well, yeah, exactly. I mean, literally. I mean, that's the thing. You're completely right. It'd be like saying, it's unconstitutional if every what
Dog poop.
where
We're back here. I'll take care of it.
So basically, like I said, if you look at the big picture when it comes to saying guns, they'll be like, oh, it's constitutional. I mean, look, I've said this time and time again. Gail knows this and Pee Wee knows this. You need to prepare, stockpile foods. Food's number one. Pay your bills. Number two, water filtration system. Get your tools you need, which reminds me, somewhere on the table, I hope, my Swiss Army knife, right here, my red one with this one. I was telling my cousin I keep the knife sharpened and it's got a little fish on it, but I've had this for so many years. It's my everyday tool. Keep a knife on hand. Prepare. I mean, literally, people sit there and they empty the warehouses and they say, oh, I need another stimulus. I can't eat. And it's like, but you bought a 98-inch TV. Oh, well, it was my stimulus. I deserve this. Yet they're going hungry. And then they go to the agencies and then they go to other places, ask for the rent to be paid because they decided that the government they thought was going to give them a check every month. Instead, they're spending foolishly, and that's why the Republicans don't want to bail them out. Democrats are like, oh, we'll bail you out. The Republicans will sign off on it, but the Republicans are like, no, the numbers don't lie. 30% did the right thing with their money, 70% spent it foolishly. Well, it's not the Republicans' decision to say, well, who gets bailed out and who doesn't. And so what they're doing is they want to cut out everyone who they know is going to spend foolishly and only give it to the hardworking Americans that are suffering. So, I mean, Chloe's actually breaking down boxes and trying to make room. In my hand here is a contract for a 10 by 10 heated storage shed. So we will be renting a storage shed and we're going to get this place cleaned up. Well, Chloe is. I am physically not fit to move a lot. I've moved 100-pound boxes, but another thing is the Republicans want to kill off Social Security, and the best way to do it is get rid of people on it by not giving benefits. So some states are extending Medicaid and food stamps to cover these people, and other states aren't. Other states are like, you can live off your measly $900 check, while other people are living on $2,400 a month plus. And so to me, it's got to stop. But as long as you have pandemics and riots and other problems, you're going to see the country divided until either you see one party wins or another party wins. And that's what's really sad in the picture here. I mean, literally. I mean, the American people are freaking suffering to no end. And that is the problem we have in the world. Hey, Abby, quit trying to chew on your blanket there. or a little bun bun. You got logs to chew through. Here. Oh, I know. And they have no sympathy either. They're just like, oh, well, less money to pay, But my point is look at the big picture here. We're dealing with it in our own way, and the American people are watching this unfold. I mean, look, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, everyone, and when I get back, I have something else to say about this monthly benefit that the government should give, because one of my people that are in Congress made a statement to me that stood out for, and he's Republican. Okay, so the American people, here we go. The American people should have $2,000 a month. I agree, but the government doesn't owe it to them. I mean, look at the elderly. The elderly can't see their families. They're stuck indoors. They're immunocompromised, and yet they got to rely on others to get groceries and food and gas and whatever else and mow their lawns and everything else. And yet they're told they have to stay inside. So to me, they deserve another $1,200 at least, but they don't want to give it because they think that the people that get the $1,200, another $1,200 on the stimulus, or $2,400 or $3,000 or whatever, will actually use the money foolishly. I mean, look at the way it is. I mean, people are looking at the big picture, and the picture is it's not good. I mean, literally, it is bad that the American people should be basically getting stuff. I mean, where I live, you got to expect the prices to be a little higher. We live in an island, but the point is as long as you can order stuff online, you should be fine. Literally. I mean, we're already getting into almost August, and there is this virus. There is no insight yet. It's like the beginning, and yet they're saying a second wave will hit between fall and winter of 2020, 2021, which means the American people are really going to see a lot of shit hit the fan then, and it'll be too late. Literally, it'll be too late. Governments will shut down, states will shut down, and they're going to have to mandate this time around when they shut down for stay-at-home orders. They're going to have to mandatory what is essential and what isn't. Hospitals, essential. Postal workers, essential. UPS, FedEx drivers, essential. And they're going to try to make it so certain things are essential, like grocery stores. Unfortunately, which means essential workers like factories that make toilet paper, paper towel, canned beans and stuff, that's essential. But everyone else at home. If you work at home remotely, you work at home remotely. If you don't work at home remotely, you don't work at home, Thing is, they want to cut it out. They want to make it so people, if the states do this, they're going to make it in the second wave when the shutdown more, and they're gonna, I mean, look, police are essential, but if you walk down the street and you're a stay-at-home order, they'll be like, "Where are you going, store?" Oh well, I mean, they gotta make it so certain things are essential. I mean, look, if there's a stay-in-place order, okay, they only need to have certain people that are essential for, say, automotive and car dealerships, etc. Shut them down. No one has the money to buy a new car. Repair services. I mean,
take a little break. I just broke some boxes down and threw them out.
Yeah, is that thing empty? Or was empty?
Yeah, it's half full.
Oh, good.
I filled it up a little more.
I mean, look at it that way. They got to look at essentials and say what's essential and what's not. I mean, we live on an island, right? We have mechanics for boats, yachts. That's not essential because if you're in a stay-in-place order, you think someone like Gail or Sassy, let's just say, owns a yacht, and they're like, hold on, I have to do this as a joke. Captain, pull out. We're gonna go out to the harbor, and all of a sudden you're putting around, say, the islands and pulling in for gas. What if there's no one running the gas pumps at the yacht, filling your tank up? I mean, literally. I mean, that would basically cut down the fuel consumption in this country, and it would cut down the essential. I mean, we could cut out essential travel. Airlines, done. Cruise liners, done. It would. I mean, literally. I mean, doctors, certain doctors, essential. Whether these are stale or not, well, doesn't matter. I'll eat them later. But I mean, look at it from my point of view. The American people need to realize that what is essential, what isn't essential. I mean, the question is, what is essential, what isn't essential, and they have to make a decision. I mean, they could cut out 90% of the essential workers and only run a skeleton, and the virus could be contained a lot better than having people work in the automotive field, even if, I mean, literally, you can cut out gas stations pretty much. I mean, but then again, people say it's unconstitutional if you can't go to a gas station to buy smokes. Well, you got to ask yourself, farmers that make the tobacco, they can grow it, they can harvest it, they can send it off to turn into cigarettes, but if people aren't buying it because of the virus, I mean, literally, if we just had a stay-in-place order for 30 to 120 days, I bet you running only essentials, I bet you virus would go down. I mean, literally. I mean, we have access with technology um, for Zoom and Skype and other things. What's up, Cam? Well, I'm glad your granny did too. I mean, literally, if you look at it that way, non-essential personnel, I mean, we run your hospitals, but no one needs an auto mechanic. No one needs to go and buy gas. I mean, you could save a shit pot full of money and take your gas money for food. I mean, literally. I mean, you have essential workers like running the water treatment plants and the sewage treatment plants and the electricity and the garbage people. Those are essential, but otherwise, leave the rest at home. I mean, literally. I mean, I was at restaurants and one lady said that she'd rather be at home because it's not essential. They're not making any money. They're making very little money. People like us come in, they're happy to accommodate because we might be the only people in the place all day. Whereas other people, you know, um, are busy all the time. I mean, literally, so point I'm trying to make is you got to look at it that way. The reason a lot of people say it's unconstitutional for them to take a vacation. I mean, look, we're in a pandemic, okay? Talking about economics for a minute. Who the hell? I mean, let me just put it this way. Gail doesn't have the money. Sassy probably doesn't have the money. Cam doesn't have the money. Someone doesn't have the money, yet at the same time, who's got the money for fucking traveling? Uh, So, anyways, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, look at the big picture here. I mean, I just heard, hey, I'm living on $50 left in credit till end of month. So yeah, I mean, literally, I'm not living on credit. I got Chloe taking care of me, but the point is, we're basically penny pinching too. I mean, literally, we're not spending unless we have to. I mean, I was just asked by my family to do a food inventory to see if we can stretch this out till October or November. I'm gonna start eating up some of the box stuff soon. Leave my meats in the freezer, eat up box things, hamburger helper and other things, And so, you know how that is. But, you know, I understand about you living up 50. I mean, hell, I haven't checked Direct Express lately. I know they take money out soon for Amazon, which I have bought stuff from Amazon this month. I did buy tights. What a waste. Chinese made pieces of crap. I put on a pair of Italian made, thinking, oh, this is high quality. Within 2 hours, the thing ripped. I felt so damn embarrassed. I was like getting ready to give a comment about how crappy these Italian ones are made. So, I mean, literally, me and Chloe, she wants me to order a game or two. Yet, I do these videos so much, I just don't have time to play games. I want to get into games and just loaf around and play games for hour upon hour upon hour. But same time, I'm basically doing this, to get people through. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that do like my channel. They like it better than other channels because, they like how I'm basically not sugarcoating these assholes. They're like, I mean, look, one guy messaged me who does stimulus checks, and he says, you're completely right, Rita. It's a maybe for the benefits. I see a lot of people every freaking day posting shit about, oh, I need a stimulus check. I need a stimulus check. We on SSI need it. You don't need jack shit if you can't make your money last. I mean, literally, the government's trying to cut you out anyways. I mean, literally, when will fucking people um realize? I mean, this is what I said in some comments. Okay, I want to share them with you. I said, first of all, in the next 15 business days, nothing's going to get passed. I've said this many times to you all on my channel here. Not under 1 trillion by repubs or 3 to 4 trillion by Democrats. So to me, I say don't give another stimulus. There's too many people, meaning, I mean, the ones that are hardworking need it. But I use the word freeloaders, freeloading moochers, and they too can't come together. So in the end, no one wins, and the American people lose. And I wasn't saying people on SSI or veterans or whatever is freeloaders. I'm just saying, all these people are going on these clickbait channels demanding uh, more money. Then I said they can't come together, so in the end, no one wins. The virus will be here even if we get a new House and Senate or vice versa in 2021. So to us, it's just a new norm. I say enough's enough. Go back to work and quit demanding because your government funds. Because you want government funds. This is where I said because there's people out there pestering all the time. This is where I don't sugarcoat anything. You want government funds to have a second stimulus of $2,000 per month. The government doesn't owe you jack shit. Grow up and provide for yourself and not rely on the government. Now, people that do rely on the government, they've been making their money last. That's what I've been saying. But there's people out there whining and crying about things, but they're not answering any fucking questions. Like this. Someone says if they don't give Social Security people on benefits money. And I basically said, look, the government doesn't owe anyone an SSI money. They got to have it proof. The people want proof that you're spending it wisely. Literally. Some of these are the comments that I posted. You know. And then one guy said, they're going to argue till November. It's true. I mean, literally, that's what I keep telling you. They're going to go to vacation. They're going to do vacation, you know. I mean, that's what's happening. Someone said Mitch McConnell will be voted out in November. Not going to happen. One person said, you know, that they think SSI and SSDI is not going to get it. One said, you know, pretty much that I'm on the right. I mean, there's too many fucking people demanding fucking money, you know. You know. One guy basically said this person's clickbaiting. That's what I keep saying. Me, I'm basically saying, you know, I'm telling people like it is. I mean, look at the big picture here. Some of these comments are just fucking amazing, you know. I mean, literally. One guy says they're screwing over the people. That's the truth, you know. The truth are being fucking screwed over. I mean, here's what I said. One guy, this is my last post, okay, on the thing. Guy says to the Congress, you should know by now the 1,200 simply isn't enough to live on. We, the people who gave you your jobs, really need help with a good stimulus like $2,000 a month to live on. And if we don't get the help that we people need come November, guess what's going to happen? And I posted, nothing's going to happen. Grow up. $2,000 a month is to bankrupt our country. Wake up, smell what you're shoveling, you greedy SOB. It will never happen, and think it don't matter. They will just gerrymander, and you will see the people still sitting in the office that you threatened to kick out by voting them out. No one cares if your demand of $2,000 a month. You're going to get jack shit for a second stimulus. Be happy you got $1,200 and quit your bitching. The government doesn't owe you jack shit. So basically, I had to put some people into place due to the fact that the government and state you know, these people want and want and want, and they keep pushing for it. But you, my followers, you're not pushing for it. You know that honestly, in the next 15 days, I will be basically doing update videos and giving you the actual information from reliable sources that tell if we're going to get one. I mean, literally right now, it is a 50-50, unless they basically say, yes, we're going to give people on SSI $100 each a month. One guy said they should give $50 a month. Then they can't spend it all foolishly. $50 doesn't buy much, but you get my idea. I mean, literally, they all think that the people that on 1,200 floated buying food out and floated other things. I floated Amazon. I literally bought, me and Chloe spent about $4,800 on Amazon for toilet paper, paper towel, shampoo, conditioner, body wash, dish soap, bar soap. We even floated some money to Home Depot for a little dishwasher, you know. I called. They said just keep waiting. I mean, literally. I agree with Q Cam. They got to keep waiting. You know, they got to keep waiting. You know, Sassy, you keep coming in here. I keep thinking about moderating you and putting a wrench on your name. I mean, look. The bottom line is the American people, you know, are saying, well, we're going to vote you out if you don't give us money. They don't have to give jack shit. I mean, literally, they're not talking about giving benefits. I mean, look. Let me put it to you this way in the stimulus realm. American people, right? Let's just say hypothetically. Hypothetically, is there any dip in here, or do I got to open another can? Oh, there's enough in there for a pinch. Right on. All right, so American people. Turned around. American people turned around. And they turned around. So the American people, right, turned around. Yeah, like I said, sassy. I thought about putting a wrench next to it. The American people, right? Um, the reason the government's talking about money is because the government's turning around and they're wanting to make sure people use it wisely instead of foolishly. And so the way they're going to do it is they're wanting to make things a little different, but at the same time, um, they want us to be taken care of during this pandemic. No one knows when it's going to end, but the problem is the Republicans are afraid that if they extend unemployment benefits till January, no one works till then, which, in my opinion, just my own, that unless they come up with some plan together to contain this virus, it doesn't mean jack shit. It's just going to get out of hand. We're the only country in the world, or one of four, I believe, that's getting out of hand. Everyone else has got this under control. We're not even allowed to leave our own country because the travel restrictions due to the thing that our numbers. I mean, literally, we're at what, 144,000, 45. I mean, another thing is they say by my birthday they'll be over 180,000. So by October 1st we'd have 180,000 dead. Instead, the numbers are now coming out that we're having more dead. I mean, literally 142,000 deaths. And if you look at the website I go through, it's like 100 and currently 143,000 dead, and currently, as of today, 35,000 new cases. Yesterday, it was again. They're meeting. It's getting up, and we're almost at 4 million people infected. 4 million, and yet there is no end in sight. Florida's almost going to supersede California soon. Texas is up there too. I mean, literally, I wonder where we are in the pandemic. Washington is 47,000. I mean, literally, we have 1,400 deaths. Pennsylvania has 7,000 dead. 15,000 dead in New Jersey. New York's 32,000 dead. I mean, look at the numbers. We're watching the population spiral out of control, and yet the problem is the Republicans are afraid that if they do more stimulus checks this round, then they're going to have to get off their ass to do another one before the election, which is more likely true. I mean, literally, once they give all the states money, the states can maintain themselves. But when that money runs out, they might need more. And if the virus ain't under control and they're keeping the economy open and no masks and stuff, you're going to see this cripple our economy. It's going to cripple our workforce. It's going to cripple everything. What is a parabolic solar cookers? I'll look it up. It's probably some type of solar cooking device, but I mean, look, there's items out there that you might need and not need. I mean, literally, I mean, we got a portable TV as a backup. We got a battery powered radio too, just in case. But my point is that my point being is you got to look at the stimulus checks. If they cut a check for everyone and the virus isn't contained, the American people will hold their hand out for another check just because they think they're entitled to another freaking check. And that means another freaking check and then another freaking check. And eventually the Republicans will have to turn off the water for checks, literally. The American people need to realize that the unemployment is gone away of the dodo. So unless they come up with some nice idea to help the American people when it comes to benefits or get them on their feet, they're not coming up with any ideas. So all they're coming up with is benefit ideas, like, oh, well, we need this or we need that. Thing is, what happened to what is it this time they're sending me? Yeah, I just love how I get an email while I'm talking to you guys, and they're like trying to sell me some bras. This is in your size. You need bra. Well, I'm not wearing I'm wearing a t-shirt this morning, but you can see my boobs, so they're not bad. But still, girls are happy. But no, I mean, the world is looking at and American people are really worried about these things. I mean, look, I've had so many people say, that another reason we're not getting another stimulus is because the BLM movement or the Hispanic rights movements. Or thing is no one truly knows. I mean, and a lot of people also state, well, we need to worry about, getting Trump reelected, or we need to worry about this. My thing is, I'm not worried. It'll play out the way it's going to play out. I mean, look, here's my opinion on the presidential election. Unless Vice President Biden chooses a campaign, someone to run with him as a vice president candidate, it's all in the air. Trump's got it won. I mean, literally, it depends. I mean, look at it from the point of view of Tammy Duckworth, a veteran, this, and yeah. But you know what? What if he chose Kamala Harris or Stacey Abrams? I mean, literally, they say if he chose an African American woman, it would blow up in his face. Could be. No one knows. That's the thing. People sit there and say, oh, well, if he chooses African American, I'm going for Trump. Well, he might be a racist then, but still, thing is, no one knows how it's going to play out. I mean, literally, I didn't know that. So thank you for sharing that with me, Cam. I mean, literally, the American people need to realize that we are suffering to no end. And I, want the American people to, realize that we all have to look, and look at the benefits and see what benefits will happen. The American people, they just keep asking the handout. When will enough be enough? I mean, literally, other countries got this under control. Why can't we? You see, they're blaming leadership. They're blaming the greed. They're blaming, literally. And while we're at it today, my video things, we're talking about pandemics. I'm going to look up something. Let's see if there's anything on Wikipedia that can answer our questions today. All right, so the first, it says here, we're here. The H1N1 influenza A virus went from February, so it went for 26 months, infected 500 million people, making it one of the deadliest pandemic in the world. It's the Spanish flu. Now, I want to know about the United States. Haskell County. So it doesn't say what happened, but they said they had shut down, I mean, it didn't say so school closures saved lives in the United States. So Hold on. Let's look at this. This might answer it. Okay, so let's see. All right, so 1918, the study found the key to flattening the curve was social distancing. But how many people are doing social distancing? None. See? And that's an interesting social distancing. Here we go. This answers this. Fact check. Let's see. All right, public notice. Here you go. Let's save this for my records. If you guys don't mind, I'm saving the image. This is an interesting. It says here, I'm going to read you this. Public notice. Notice is hereby given in order to prevent the spread of Spanish influence in all schools, public and private churches, theater, moving picture halls, pool rooms, and other places of amusement. Lodge meetings are to be closed until further notice. All public gatherings, since 10 or more, are prohibited. So there you go, the mayor. So that says right there. So proclamatory of the mayor. It says we're on special committee appointed to investigate report. Yada yada. So it's saying that let's see. Prevent the spread of Spanish influenza, health and safety do or direct all public places, amusement, including theaters, motion picture houses, dance halls and public dancing places, pools, billiards halls, skating rinks, outdoor athletic events, and all public congregating places subject to unusual congregate be closed immediately. That all churches and Sunday schools discontinue their meetings. That all schools, public and private, suspend their work, and all conventions and public assembly, including lodge meetings, be postponed and adjourned. That street cars, hold on, I'm saving this image too. Street cars and all vehicles of public conveyance be loaded only to their seating capacity, and that organizations, auxiliary, and prosecution of the war reduced attendance to their sessions, amendment, constant. Cooperation and active support of all good citizens. Such support, cooperation be given to this work. There is not that. This was in Des Moines, Iowa. So Mobile, Alabama. City Commission they adopted a recommendation of the Committee of Public Health closing of schools in the city, motion picture houses, theaters, schools, public and private, kind of prevents of epidemic Spanish flu. I mean, right there, another article. Let me see. Measures were implemented early to delay the mortality rate. So they did this, but now they're not. And this one's interesting too. I'm going to read this. Hmm. Let's see. So this is a thing about the CDC being cut out of the reporting info, and people don't understand why. So, it says for how would divvy up supplies as PP, personal protective gear, and treatments going forward. All right. So the details of the CDC's new rule were unclear as the writing in the alarm. Public health officials, researchers, and critics of Trump administration believe that the new system would give the federal government greater control over what Americans know and don't know, or see and don't see about COVID-19. Collecting and reporting public health data is a core function of CDC, which agents and necessary trained experts infrastructure. Replacing medical data collection outside the leadership of public health experts could severely weaken the quality and availability of data and burdens and yada 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 of the American people and overwhelm the hospitals of the new plan. There you go. So, hmm. So they're basically stating, what did they do? Well, they basically controlled the CDC from having that data. Normally legally on chickens in my area. I got chickens license, but I'm too mobile to make that work out. Well, I risked my went venturing the food line with my Nano Spike Micro Reese's ice cream. Well, at least you got ice cream. I mean, literally. I mean, I've been out 4 days in a row, so I'm stuck in here now for 2 weeks. I'm self quarantining, so I don't. That's why I got powdered milk and I got coffee and I got other things. Now, a lot of people ask me, well, if there is a second stimulus, when do we get it? Well, they're talking within 2 weeks of the bill being signed. Unfortunately, they said that the last time it took them a month. So even if they signed the bill before August 8th, you ain't going to see anything till like um, between August 7th and August 28th because they got to take time to get it all put together to send out. But they might just do faster because it's only for $40,000 or below. So you got to look at it from that point of view. I mean, I only have Moppy and my Boon Boon. I'm legally allowed to own bunnies, but I only need one because I'm not eating him. Hi. Isn't he adorable? Look at this little cutie pie. Oh, I love him too. You know that? I just love this little guy. He's so adorable. Look how small he is. So tiny. Hi. And so fluffy and silky soft. There you go, Boo Boo. I know you want in your house. So yeah, the American people, you got to look at it from a whole point of view of what's going to happen and how's it going to happen. And that is where it's scary because no one knows what's going to happen. Well, you still gotta, either stay indoors and be afraid, or you don't stay indoors and do things you like. You know. Yeah. Well, I won't risk my safety or health for anyone. So my cousin the other day. Oh hi. My cousin the other day said the ferries are doing very well, but still the virus can travel throughout the ferry and you still get sick. So to me, I'm like, not gonna happen. I should check the Google calendars real quick. Finish what I was doing my spreadsheets. I keep forgetting my phone has it. All right, so the bill was passed by my birthday. It would take between the 22nd and the 29th of August to well, hold on, by the AM. The it would be the 22nd to 29th. Yeah. Let me check on that website real quick. I'm trying to find something real quick for myself. I just can't find it. There it is. So it's August 7th. There we go. Good to go. I mean, basically, like I said, you guys got to think about, and plan carefully. And prepare accordingly. The American people, need to prepare for what's coming next, and it ain't going to be pretty. I mean, there's too many people out there, wanting handouts. And, the American people need to So that's how I see it. I mean, we'll wait in the next 15 days. We'll know what's going on. Because, you know, so here's what it says about second stimuluses. It says potential size. So maximum amount $1,200 may not automatically be eligible for a second payment. Based on income limits. Keep reading for all the information. So, best case scenario, the HEROES Act is approved. Stimulus package could be signed into law that gives tax credit and other incentives. Businesses possibly will get travel and dining credit, but not a check. Talking about 40,000. Second stimulus saying, I think the people who have been hit the hardest, the people who make 40,000 a year or less. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker, questioned McConnell's cap. 40 need assistance pending on their situation. Open letter published. We don't know when it will be, but they go back to work on July 20th. Congress approved new relief package 3. How big payment could be get? Here's the status of the current situation. package is not big as its predecessor. It might not be hard to meet the eligibility criteria. So, maximum $1,200 by the HEROES Act. July 1st, Trump said everyone. Emergency money, $2,000 payment. That's what 150 economists say that needs into the pandemic. That's Kamala Harris. 2,000 a month for 12 months by Roe Kiana, which won't happen. Travel tax, again, Sassy Assassin was talking about that. Payroll tax cut by Vice President Pence. So all these things are on the table, but no one tells us who's getting it. See, Pelosi said $1 trillion is an interesting starting point, but it doesn't come where we need to be. We need at least $1 trillion for state and local assistance. We need another $1 trillion for the extended unemployment insurance and direct payments. We need something like that, but not as much for the testing, tracing, and treatment. What doesn't measure up, it can only be $1 trillion. Yep. The last related rescue package, but it isn't the last, because if they keep doing what they're doing, they're going to need to do another stimulus check. See how big second stimulus could be, ranging from $1,200 to $2,000 a month through the end of the pandemic, but no one knows. $1,200 amount, Democrat said May. Yeah. Hold on. Says here $1,200. All we got to do is wait. So, till tomorrow, we won't know who's getting what, when, where, and why. Well, you're welcome. Enjoy your game. Now, here's what it says by the Motley Fool. Let's see. The HEROES Act wasn't signed into law, so they're just saying, you can't trust the government until, July, 20th. So that's what it says. So a lot of people out there are worried. Me, I'd be worried too, So, and that is where people need to realize, the American people, what's going to happen. And you got to ask yourself, what's more important, food or buying junk? I was thinking of that with one of my friends the other day, was asking for something, and I was like, well, if you spend that money on that, whatever you want, it's your money. I mean, literally, you got to think about it, The American people are suffering to no end. So, American people, it's my first time trying this coffee, so let's see if it's any good. So, the American people need to realize that the pandemic will end. It's just a matter of when and how it's maintained. So that is why I keep telling you all to prepare for it. And, in the meantime, you all got to survive. So don't spend foolishly. Do what you need to, and you'll be fine. American people, we'll all get through this together. It's just a matter of when. And so that's why I keep telling you, prepare, have a backup plan, talk to your family, make sure you're all on one page for emergencies and situations. So when it hits, we're all going to be hurting. Because eventually it'll get better. And when it does, we're all happy, And so, in the meantime, we all got to sit back, relax, and enjoy life, and try to live our best, even if we're inside or outside or whatever. There's a lot of ways to get exercise. There's a lot of ways to enjoy life. I mean, one of the things I highly recommend is entertainment, and entertainment is way to go, because everyone wants it. So that's why I say prepare for the worst and go from there. Because once it happens, it happens, Hey, Mark, what's up? Sorry, I was finishing up something. Give me 1 second. I gotta use the bathroom. You need to put the mask behind you. The chair says that. Remember? There we go. So, what's up, Mark? Figures. These people need to be basically jailed. As they say, it's against the Constitution to be jailed because, whatever. I mean, it's the way it is, Well, everyone's lives matters. It's not just white lives. It's black lives, Hispanic lives, But Black Lives Matters movement's doing a number in Portland. White lives matter, Black lives matters, everyone's lives matter, you know. I should check on something too. My Amazon orders. Oh, that was the fairy horn. Let's see. Didn't I order this or? No, I didn't. Yes, I didn't. Yeah, I'm trying to put stuff in my shopping cart for Amazon for, preparing for stuff, Oh, yeah, well, it's always being played. I mean, literally, you should see. I was at the farmer's market yesterday, and this lady asked me if I wanted to support Black Lives Matter for transgendered rights. I was like, not going to do it. They're like, well, the Black Lives are getting shackled for their sex changes. So, yeah, you know what? Costs too much money. Government doesn't want to pay. The lady and I went round and round. I'm like, look, you want to support them, you donate your own money. She said, well, I don't have the money to donate. Otherwise, I'd be buying food. I said, well, not my problem, lady. She didn't like that answer at all. I'm not donating. This pandemic, how many times have I told you, Mark, to each their own? I mean, that's how I see it. To each their own. Ooh, another red one. Cool. I mean, everyone turns around. Oh, this one's in the green. There we go. I mean, the way I see it is the American people, they got to look after themselves right now, and they can't look after others, because of it. Economy's taking a dump, Everyone's lives matter, but, we shouldn't just be giving money freely to people to go and pay for sex changes when we're in a pandemic. They can't do the surgeries anyways. And when the pandemic's over, yeah. I mean, right now we're in a pandemic. Why should we be thinking about giving money, you know? I mean, that's the way it is. So how have you been, Mark? How's um, Ohio doing?
Someone's from Ohio, I take it.
Yeah, Mark, my moderator.
I mean, those summer sausages got me.
I bought you one. How many did you buy?
4.
I should mooch one of those other ones from you, the non-spicy ones.
Well, black pepper's mine too.
Fine, take the black pepper.
Yeah, the uncured classic.
I said I should take one. I didn't say I was going to. They're yours.
Yeah, most of these are going to be spicy. You want to share this one?
Nah, I'm good.
Do you want to share any of them?
No.
Do you want one for yourself?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I can go without.
Have the classic. Take the classic one.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Look at this. She was nice enough to give me some classic salami. I had some salami the other day for wine tasting. It went really good. Oh, did you call that guy?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and I don't really have to call.
You don't have to. You can just skip it.
I know. Skipping it. We don't have the money.
No, well, we have the money. We just don't want to spend the money.
Yeah, I'm not spending any more money.
Salami. As Corey says, salami.
Mm-hmm.
Dry salami.
Hard salami. I love hard salami. Don't like that process stuff.
Made in Seattle. Seattle salami. You guys are probably watching me.
Oh, gonna eat something. Having a hard time swallowing. I have information down there.
See, this is what's good for time to time if you're running low on meat. You get yourself some salami. It's like just, I should get some of that cheese, Mmm. I just love how they keep giving me fucking spam in my email,
Junk mail. Something posing as meat.
Or yeah.
Spam is something posing as mail. That's what they call it in email. See, when it's food, it's something posing as meat, but when it's in email form, something posing as mail.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try writing a letter to the gal. Went on the store. It's like that general manager decided to.
What do you need now? Those are all dirty.
Okay.
What, you need a knife?
Yeah, I'm looking. I'll use one of these ones. Let's use the Oh, here's one. Here's a small one. This decent size.
Salami. Salami. Salimi. Mm-hmm. Salimi. Yeah, Moppy got himself some salami too. Which one's that?
It is the agrumi.
Well, I mean, there's black pepper, spicy.
There's chili pepper flakes in it. Most of them have pepper in it. Have peppers in it. I like black pepper. I like the spicy ones too. This one's got chili.
So, Mark, what are you up to? Cam decided to go play Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Cam.
Okay.
Sassy left. Hmm?
The online version of it?
No, that's 10 offline. Salami. See, I'm a nice mama. Mama, want some salami? Come here. This is for you. There you go. What? You're up. What? I gotta cut it for you? What? Can't eat the salami? There you go, Mippo. Eat some salami. Yeah, little baby had to have it cut up. What's the brand of that salami?
It is Parsons Cora Salami.
All right, let me look at it. How's it spelled? G.
Goro. Or no, Coro. Coro. Like Coro.
There you go. Coro salami.
From Seattle.
Yep.
Where does it say Seattle on this?
In the back says Kent, Washington.
A bunch of, people from Seattle make stuff like this. How is it that they managed to make a bunch of? How is it that you're having to be a lot of good foods in Seattle?
I don't know.
There are a lot of chefs moved there in back in the day.
Yeah. Mm. Salami. Mm-hmm.
Robbie, eat it.
He already got some. Is that his last piece?
No, one I see. Yeah. Dog. Now he's eating it. Dogs. How'd you like it, Robbie?
Oh, he's fine. So my sister messaged me.
Did they sell pepperoni under that brand?
I don't know. I could look.
I would do some pepperoni. Pepperoni is a type of salami.
I don't know. They have I'm looking for you. All right, so they make a sampler pack for $60. You get the classic salami, the Fino Shiona salami, the agrumi salami, and the mole salami. You get 4 5-ounce ones for $60. They have classic salami piccola right there, $15. They have mole, again it's $15. They have the hot sopressata salami, 5-ounce, $15. They got the Fino Sheena salami, $15. They have the agrumi salami, $15. They have the Rosmarino salami stick, $21.50. You get a bigger one. They have the mustard salami deli stick, $50 for 2 pounds. They have smoked paprika salami, $13.50 for, they're sold out. Then they have the classic salami, $50 for 2 pounds. They have the mole salami, 2 pound for $50. They got the hot salami, $50, 2 pounds. They got the finocchina or black peppered, that's what it is, $50 for 2 pounds. Erguma's $50. And then they got a 21-ounce, less than 2 pounds lamb prosciutto salami. And then they do specialty meats, which I don't even know what they do. So for their specialty meats, they have pancetta, guanciale, cora, and a capra. And this is 2.5 pounds pork belly, aka $80 for 2.5 pounds of pork belly, aka Italian bacon. They do a guanciale, cured pork jowls, $20. They do a culatella, the king of prosciuttos, 5-pound block is $250. Boneless prosciuttos aged for 9 months, and then they finally do copa, 1.3 pork shoulder roast. So yeah, and it looks like they can do some really good stuff here.
Oh, no.
What?
Maybe have a deli going, you know? Run this on them because the grocery store just burn it down like they do every competition.
No, but if you were doing like a deli that sold like deli meats, like cured bacon and stuff, you'd probably get a lot of business.
Yeah, and then the grocery store catch on to it. They'll do it, and they'll burn me down.
And they won't do it. You know why? They only do like ham. You did like $500 for Scudos. Rick's farts.
No, in fact, that store hates my guts. They see me as an enemy.
No, they don't.
I'd open a deli in a bigger city, you know?
Yeah.
Get more business. Like, go to like Seattle or Portland, open up a deli, you know? Had all sorts of lunch meats, you know?
Uh-huh.
Salami, pepperoni, pastrami, bologna, corned beef, roast beef, ham, Canadian bacon, turkey breast, chicken breast, Brunswiger. I eat cheese. I would still have cheeses there too, like provolone, pepper jack. What kinds of types of cheese do you have in deli?
A lot. You can become. Yeah.
Have stuff that you slice up deli style. Get some bacon, a little bit of bacon. Some bread. Okay, first time I wanted to have a store, I went to a clothing store. But then I was like, yeah, clothing styles change, so do stores. Like, best kind of store that you could ever invest to buy and own is a convenience store with a deli.
Yep. So, anyways, everyone. Yeah, so.
No, but you finally start a clothing store. Like, the genre does start with C, but it's not clothing. It's convenience with a deli in it.
Oh, yeah. I'd be making money on the deli part.
Oh, yeah, because convenience stores always get business. People always need to get their convenience. So you get a little gas station in with it, you're gold.
Yeah.
You need gas.
Deli store, a convenience store with deli and convenience store, and also have in your convenience store part hot foods.
If you can sell tobacco and alcohol, which Pennsylvania you can't sell alcohol, you have to be a liquor dealer.
Well, here you have to have a store that's bigger than 10,000 square feet to build a liquor store.
Yeah. But Pennsylvania, they get their alcohol. Alcohol stores are permitted.
You got to go to the state liquor store. Yeah, I know.
Pennsylvania, the state grocery stores can still sell wine. That's it. No other alcohol. You have to go to the store, the booze shop. That's why alcohol shops make a killing in Pennsylvania. It's the only places they could go. That's always been. I remember you went to the Giant Eagle, right, in Pittsburgh? Or in the Pittsburgh area? And, what are your alcohol at?
Salimi. I love salimi. Well, anyways, does anyone have any questions for me about the stimulus so far? I've answered a lot of questions already this morning. Like I said, tomorrow, Chloe knows, and Chloe already knows my opinion. They're not going to go back to work. I mean, they'll go back to work, but, between the Democrats and Republicans, they're going to be hammering out something, and either party has to give in. It's either going to be a Democratic bill that they're going to give into, or it's going to be a Republican, or they're going to sit on their butt and not do jack diddly shit.
Summer sausages are awesome.
Yeah. Hickory Farm sells some good summy sausage.
Mm-hmm. This is up to par with them. Maybe even better than Hickory Farm. So Hickory Farm's really good too. Malls usually have them during the holidays. Hickory Farms. You got a little kiosk.
There. Yeah.
Hickory Farms a long time ago had like their own store space where they had like a storefront.
Yeah, Christmas time they did. Yeah, you go to any mall and they had Hickory Farms. And Ivy Brad. Oh, hello, Ivy Brad. Welcome.
Huh? They were around all year round back in the 70s.
Well, probably, but nowadays it's catalog only. And they've cut their things. Hey, did you hear about Toxic Smell?
What is it?
They cut out like 13 items off their nationwide menu.
Wow.
It's like they keep cutting the Toxic Smell keeps cutting their menu down. It just tells me I ain't going to be eating there anytime soon. I'll go into the KFC side and get some wings.
How's Walmart doing business right now?
Smashing. The only thing they've changed was they issued. Excuse me, that wasn't ladylike. They have issuing mandatory masks wherever you go, and I think it wasn't Mark or Joe. Mark or Joe said that they went to a Wally World the other day and story goes, there was a family running around with no masks. I would have basically said, mask on or get out. You know, just sit there and walk in with it and take it on and be like, oh yeah, woo.
What about, you know what, how about
I'm good, thank you. How about yourself?
Get them to wear masks. Wear one get them make a pro-Trump mask for them. Then they'll wear it.
No, actually, Donald Trump stated, I think it was yesterday, that he doesn't support a mandatory mask due to the fact it takes away the Constitution. Yet, if you don't wear masks, you can get sick. And then when you fucking fall over dead, people are going to go piss on your grave and piss on you, even in your casket, to make sure that you died from coronavirus.
They made the Constitution. I don't think the founding fathers had any idea that there would be a pandemic.
No.
If they knew, maybe they would have changed it, but they can't see the future.
I think it was Sassy Assassin today that was talking about, I think she's from Georgia or some Alabama or something. Anyways, they're not mandatory masks and it's unconstitutional. But if you don't wear masks, you get sick, you fall over dead. I know Sassy's no longer around. She disappeared again. But if you fall over dead because of the virus and you refuse to wear a mask, it's all on your freaking head when you get judged and be like, you died early because of not wearing masks. You know where you're going, but I'm a real woman. Just joking around. We're not trying to pick on Chloe's dad any way, shape, or form. It's just something.
That's still manual surgeries during the pandemic.
They are, but they're not paying for it. That's the thing. That's why I was at the farmer's market yesterday. I was just telling the guys, oh, you want water? Poor little guy wants something to drink after he ate some dry salami. Here you go, have some water with your dry salami.
It sounds dry, but it's tasty.
Oh, it is. It's fucking... It goes good with that cheese spread that guy sells. Oh, I can get some of that cheese at the farmers, the brickworks on Tuesday. I just haven't ordered any cheese. I didn't know if you wanted me to order it. We don't need much. Maybe a bag of salads, cheese.
I like get some lunch meats for like snack items and get crackers to put them on.
Well, yeah, crackers are good. I mean, if you go to that wine tasting, they actually have crackers and cheese and salami. But the problem is with the wine guy. Okay, I'll tell you guys this. How are you doing today, Ivy, Brad? And so what happened was I went to wine tasting with my sister, aka my cousin Dinky, cousin-in-law. My cousin, he's not really a big wine drinker, but we walked in there and the guy says, oh, and my cousin's sitting here smiling, would you like some crackers and cheese to go with your wine for the palate? And they're like, oh yeah. Next you know, they brought out these cheese things, right? And we're spreading them in. They brought 2 packages of crackers out and 2 things of salami. We're eating it and enjoying it. And finally, I'm like, I'll take these wines. He's like, thank you so much for your business. So I get everything and I leave. I'm smiling and go to another wine place, free wine tasting there. Dave's just like, $9 if you want to try 9 tastes, unless, 4. They're like 4 is good. So we had, stuff there, and then we left and started going to get a drink somewhere else. And I go at the table, and I'm sitting at the table, and all of a sudden, I get an email. And the guy at the wine guy owns his own winery here on the island. He didn't tell me. He didn't say, you're paying $15 a person for wine. You get 4 different tastes, and that's what he had available. And he didn't say crackers, cheese, or salamis, not part of the wine tasting. So I'm sitting there going, so I get this email, breaks down the order. Chloe wanted Riesling. Chloe wanted Malbec. I think it was Malbec. Chloe wanted Riesling, Malbec. Or Malbec was somewhere else. Anyways, what was this? Malbec and Riesling, right? I got Riesling and Malbec. Family wanted 2 other wines, right? So I got her a nice Riesling. It's chilled for her. I might have some of that. Anyway, so what happened was, he turns around, right? You guys are going to laugh at this. And anyways, I'm at the drinks, enjoying myself, and I look over, and email comes in. Turns out, I look and I'm like, my cousin's like, so who's buying? I says, oh, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. And my cousin-in-law, Dinky's like, oh, that's great. I'm looking at this, and he's like, what's wrong? I said, well, you got $30 off 3 bottles of wine with our order because, we went to this wine tasting as part of the deal. So it was like $15 for 3 of us. He said, yeah. I said, they charged us. He says, how much did they charge you? I said, they charged me $22 for the salami. It was like $11 each. He said, that's not bad. I said, they charged me $22 for the fucking cheese. And like, $4 for the crackers. I said, $8 for the crackers. He said, I was just talking about one package of crackers. So in the end, they itemized it and they gave me a bill, and it was like $245 with tip. And I'm sitting there going, you got to be kidding me. Thought when we walked in there, I thought he was like, do you want some, this, and this? But he didn't say it's not part of it. He just tacked it on anyways and didn't tell me. So I'm like, what a butthole. So today, Chloe's supposed to go to this wine tasting thing. She made arrangements. She wanted to do wine tasting with me at 1 today. But I'm not feeling too well today. And so Chloe's like, fuck it. So he's got, he can find someone else. We're not there. He already made $250. If he wants to fucking charge us for wine tasting that we're not there, fine. Charge it to my card. I don't care. I'm not there, and I'm not going out for 14 days unless I have to. So there you go. Fresh sourdough. Good morning, Pee-wee. Good. My babe got me a new phone. I'm sure you told. Yeah. I dropped this phone, and I got some chunks out of this right at the end here. I got some little chunks right here that came out, but it still works. It's not like my screen cracked this time. I got to get a case. But anyways, how are you doing, Pee-wee? So yeah, anyways, like I said to all of you tuning in, I'll reiterate once more with my dip. So tomorrow, Congress goes back to work for 15 days. Okay, Congress and the Senate. Now, Congress, the House said that they would cancel their vacation to get a bill passed. Unfortunately, the Republicans, sorry, I keep getting reversed. Okay, I apologize. The Republicans want $1 trillion bill. President basically several weeks ago said that he would veto anything that had a tax credit in it. Now he wants tax credit. So it's kind of weird. But they said only for the hardworking Americans. Unfortunately, if they're going to try to put a tax credit bill in, the House is going to basically kill it. I guarantee the House is going to see what's in it and be like, we're not debating, fuck you, here's our bill. And then the Republicans are going to be like, we're not debating your bill, fuck it. And then it'll be stalemate for an entire week. And then they'll take their little weekend, and then they'll try again on the 27th. And then the same bullshit will happen until someone compromises. That's the word, compromise, to get something passed. Otherwise, I don't see anything passing with the Republicans basically wanting to spend $1 trillion and the Democrats wanting to spend $3 to $4 trillion. Now, guarantee you, I would, if I was the one running things and I was the Speaker of the House, I would basically do this. All right, this is how I would help the economy out. I would turn around, put in liability. Needs to be done. Republicans aren't going to budge. 2, I would take out illegals getting a check. Fuck them. You're not a citizen. You don't deserve jack diddly shit. Quit bitching about your 1,203rd. I would cut out mixed families, their money. If you're a citizen, you have a social security number, there you go. 4th, I would cut out hazard pay because, well, everyone around that's working is getting $14,400 on unemployment. That's what the math is, supposedly, I think, give or take. And then, don't quote me, I'd have to look it up, give or take. And then you go and give everyone $10,000 for hazard pay. I know a guy in Congress who's a Republican, great guy, good friend of mine. I talked to him once a week. He watches my videos in secret and he loves what I talk about. He stated, and I quote, that the Republicans in the Senate don't want to give hazard pay due to the fact that it shafts the elderly and disabled, which they might get $1,200 while everyone else is getting all these premium perks they're not going to give. So if you cut out hazard pay, cut out the illegals, give liability, and work it, on certain grounds, yeah, that might pass. I mean, and, they already agreed that they would give money to float the states while the states are handling the pandemic, since the government is saying it's your job to handle it. But the government also, there's other things. President said he'd veto a bill if it passed for money for the CDC. Now, the Democrats, if they put that in there, let's just say the Democrats would do that just to make the president look bad so he gets ousted out of office in the election due to the fact that, the American people are already basically making decisions of who they're voting for on the grounds of all the crap happening. He pardons a guy. He's talking about pardoning another guy. They're like, we're going to vote Biden in. But the problem with Biden, again, is, like I said, is who's his vice president? There's so many on the table. I don't think it's time for a female vice president. Sorry to say, and especially not a African American vice president. Don't call me racist. I'm not racist. I'm just looking at the political side of things and done a lot of research. So right now, that is why I keep telling people it is an interesting time we live in. Pee Wee says that all the time. Who knew 2020 would be exciting and dangerous at the same time? I mean, it's like,
What's scary is what's going to happen after the election.
That's exactly. I'll get to that too, Chloe. The point being is I agree with you, but the thing is if they put CDC funding in and he vetoes it right before they go to vacation, the Democrats are going to use that against the Republicans, and it's going to look like a crapshoot. So the Democrats, as I'm trying to say to Pee Wee here, they're going to use and excuse me for saying this, Pee Wee, I'm not for or against Republicans or Democrats. But I will say this, that if the Democrats go away with no bill because the president vetoed it, they're going to use every and all means to try to oust him. They're going to drum up the mainstream media, the internet, and everything else to make him look bad. And in the end, let's just say hypothetically, he loses. We know that can't happen. But if he does, then what? Civil war. I've been talking to people that say we better be prepared because after the elections, it's going to be hard hitting. Look at my cousin. Ammo is hard to get a hold of. You can't get ammo for the last 3 months.
So you think if Trump wins, Democrats will revolt, and if Biden wins, Republicans will revolt?
Look, let me put it this way without basically sitting here pointing fingers. Here's how it works, Chloe. Democrats win, there's going to be civil war. Republicans win, there's going to be civil war. Any way you look at it, it's going to be civil war. They're going to basically turn the country against each other. It's going to happen between now and November.
Why don't they just try to have a moderate run? Therefore, whatever will happen, people will go for one side or
well, right now, that one guy, what was his name? That one singer I told you about?
No.
The African American?
Oh, yeah?
Kanye. He's got like 2% of the vote right now. He's paying on his own money to get on the ticket.
Yeah, he's pretty much.
He shot himself in the foot.
He's a staunch Republican too.
Well, yeah, and you know what? That's something else that people need to realize too, because it can happen. I mean, literally. Hold on.
And what if the Civil War turns into World War III?
It won't happen. Let me put it this way, okay? Let me put it this way, all right? And I'm not for or against, but Pee Wee did make a point, all right? And she's completely right, all right? I'm not going to sit there and say she's wrong. The other problem is Corey said the same thing in Terror. If the Dems do get the House and Senate and use dirty tactics and win both House and Senate, and there is a president that is still Republican, they have the checks and balances. He can veto things for 2 years before the House flips back Republican, because every 2 years is Congress. However, if they get both House, Senate, and presidency, there's going to be civil war. And two is, sorry to say this, and two is, the economy will tank and we will be in a depression for 5 to 10 years because of it. And that is why, and here's the other reason, okay? I've talked about this time and time again. I've done research. Anyone wants to call me out on what I'm about to say, feel free to. China. China has basically blocked all the warehouses from being filled, okay? They're going to ride this out until Biden gets presidency. When he gets in, they're going to release everything to fill the warehouses up. In the meantime, the reason they're empty is because everyone decided to stockpile electronics and stuff. Our company in America can manufacture canned goods, ammo, toilet paper, paper towels, etc., shampoos, etc. Otherwise, there's a lot of stuff that we don't make, and we could make if we wanted to, but all these parts and stuff are not around. So you look in the back of a phone and say made in Vietnam or made in China or made in Singapore or made in Vietnam, or whatever. The American people, bringing back factories to work over here, they still need the infrastructure and the companies who's got the tax deals. You see, my mother used to tell me, and I've done some fact checking, and it's true, that when President Clinton signed a bill sending everything to China, it was for tax cut reasons. So a lot of big businesses went overseas. And when they did, things that were made in America, like Levi jeans, went the way of the dodo. And now you want a pair of Levi jeans in China, you're paying $80 to $100 a pair. And a lot of people don't have that kind of cash. So because they moved everything overseas, to bring it back here, you'd have to cut out a big chunk of that tax deal. And then you have to have the backbone and the supplies and demands to build these new factories. Not just factories, infrastructure, warehouses, not to mention updating our power plants, power grids. I mean, you can have a lot of people during the Depression, during FDR's time. He had infrastructure put together. Factories are being built. Some people are living in tents, but they're building factories slowly and stuff like that. But now you'd have to divert everyone who's unemployed, okay, that doesn't have a job. You'd have to make a deal with bring all the factories back to become a industrial magnet again. You'd have to basically have these people that are unemployed supply them with steak dinner every night and build things. I mean, during World War II and in between the wars, before World War II happened, they offered people steak dinners, lodging, to build infrastructure with no questions asked. This is true. In remote locations to set up the Manhattan Project. Now, if anyone doesn't know what that is, that means they were building the first sites for the atomic bomb, the places to take and do the fusions of the rods and uranium and everything, put it all together to make a bomb. They were basically, and then afterwards, they were decided after the war that they needed some people with infrastructure, no questions asked, to build giant power plants with cooling towers to generate electric for the people. And those power plants get replaced from time to time. But the problem is the American people need to realize that if you're going to do that, what do you need? You can have all the people that are unemployed, that lost their jobs permanently to the dodo bird, learn quickly and efficiently to do infrastructure and buildings and stuff to get this place ready to be a industrial magnet. Now, here's the thing. The industrial magnet problem, China doesn't want it. So China's going to do everything they can to cripple this country. I mean, they could offer, President Trump can offer a deal with the Republicans, offer all the people that lost their jobs permanently for 5 years, 10 years, getting into the construction field to build these factories that needed. And then we could become a country to be reckoned with our products again. But no, it was all about corporate greed, shipping it out. And now the Democrats will do everything they can to stall it. And so they're stonewalling things, blocking things, whatever, I mean, literally. So they have ideas how to save jobs. Unfortunately, they're not offering anything on the fucking table. That's why I say in the next 15 days is going to be the most interesting, because I don't see them passing anything in the next 15 business days that shows that they can get off their ass and do anything. I mean, literally, every day it gets us closer to my birthday. Every day it gets us closer to them going to vacation. I mean, literally. Now, I agree with Pee Wee. There is no bill passed, and unemployment goes down the toilet, and they're collecting basic unemployment. You're going to have about 30 million people. Now, look, unemployed. Excuse me 1 second while I go to the bathroom. I have some more stuff to say that's very important. Very important. The American people, okay? I've seen posts everywhere you go. Okay, I know Pee Wee knows that I know about numbers very well. To bankrupt the country, you could give $2,000 a month per person for 18 months. Country bankrupt. You have $2,000 a month for 12 months. You bankrupt the country. Thing is, the Republicans are trying to save from bankrupting the country. China's already loaned us a lot of money. Same with other places. You keep printing money, you keep deflating our dollar. Time it gets done, our dollar might be 5 cents to the dollar, not worth anything. So how's that play out? Well, when these people say the government owes them $2,000 a month, the government maybe does in their eyes, but by the Republicans, you would bankrupt the country because these greedy bastards want $2,000 a month. And their $1,200 they spent foolishly, and they complain, well, I'm not living, they say that they can't. I mean, let me put it this way. I know people who live on $783 a month to make it work, and yet these fucking people say, "I can't make $783 a work. I need $2,000 a month." These greedy bastards don't care if the fucking government bankrupts themselves for their fucking pockets. They want to live comfortably. They want to live like Joe Schmo that was working and lost their fucking job. I mean, look, my Republican friend stated, and the Republican friend that's in Congress stated, the reason that fucking bill was dead on arrival is they're going to give $10,000 for hazard pay, yet people like you or me who's on disability don't get jack shit. And then we get a $1,200 check. Then they want to kill the unemployment rate and make everyone go back to work because they think it's unfair that someone who's making $783 a month is sitting there barely stretching it by, even after they actually took their $1,200 and bought extra groceries and stuff, and they're chugging along the little train that could, chugging along, and these people are bringing in $2,400 a month, including their extra unemployment, and yet they're living more comfortable than others. Oh, I don't need to worry. I got 29 million rolls of toilet paper. Yet no one can find anything because the ones that make $2,400 or more, they're sucking up everything that ain't fucking nailed down. Meanwhile, he says that's unfair, so cut it out. Third, giving the illegals $1,200 in one stimulus bill and cutting out the disabled, they're not entitled to our money. They might pay taxes or, work over here as a documented worker, but we don't need to give them a fucking dime. And yet, he said it again, it's unfair. So that bill was dead on arrival. Now they're going to hammer out a bill, and the Democrats, damn good and well, is going to turn around and say, fuck you, we need fucking $1 trillion for unemployment. Down the flusher, go back to work. $1 trillion for hospitals and stuff like that. Down the toilet. $1 trillion to bail out the states. Who needs our help? Down the toilet. States can't manage. Fuck them. We need $1 trillion for other miscellaneous crap. Their wish list down the Johnny flusher and bye-bye. Don't come again. Literally, it's dead on arrival. They're going to be fucking pitting each other for the next 15 days. And if either side gives in, it's going to be a win for whichever party. The Democrats get their demands, it's a win. If the Republicans get their demands, it's a win. If each party's basically bucking horns like two bucking bucks, aka deers, wanting the dough, yeah, you're going to see some pretty fucking funky stuff happening in the next 4 months. They're going to leave. They're going to go off to fucking their vacation again. And Pelosi's going to say, we offered to stay behind on our vacation to get this done, but the Senate decided to take their vacation. You need to vote them out of office. They're more greedy for their vacation than they are the people. And the people, no offense to anyone here, the fucking sheeple's going to buy it. Next thing you know, they go to the poll. They don't care if it's Vice President Biden and an African American as vice president. They'll just do it despite everything the country's trying to stay afloat for. And then it's people like my cousin-in-law, the lovely Pee-wee, that's going to turn around and say, look, we're in a Great Depression for 10 years. I told you so. You voted these bastards in. Look what's going to happen. You lost your guns. They're going to offer $100 per gun and $10 a box of ammo. Turn all your crap in. They're going to make this country more socialist and communist because you decided to vote out a guy that's trying to save the country. Instead, you're going to go and basically bitch about it. And I'm going to be sitting here going, look, the truth is in the fucking pudding. Each party's going to pit each other. They're going to try to get votes, and one party's going to damage the other, and the other party's going to damage the other. And who gets hurt the fucking most? Not them two. If the Dems would get voted in and the Repubs get voted out, I guarantee you, the Republicans aren't going to go away quietly. There's going to be civil war. Now, if the Democrats have the vote, get voted out, there's going to be civil war from the Democratic side. Look, it's just basically a volatile situation. Who gets hurt the most? Not the political parties. No, they'll be like, oh, well, the American people voted. Meanwhile, you got civil war happening. You got other things happening. And then what? The ones that get hurt are the ones that basically see themselves falling into a Great Depression because I told you so. Literally, I told you so. That's why I keep telling people, hoard your money, spend it not foolishly. Hoard every stinking dime. Because when it's gone, you might not never get it back. Look, we're going to see in the next 4 months shit happens. And that's not including civil war from the Democrats or the Republican side if they vote, if either party gets voted out. We're going to be talking about, here's the other thing that's going to cause civil war. No one realizes. If the Republicans get voted out, there's going to be civil war. But if the Dems get voted in, you're going to see a lot of people fighting the Democrats and doing things to harm Black Lives Matter. There's a lot of blacks out there that will vote for Biden just to stick it to the Republicans because the country's divided. They're not divided politically, they're divided racially too. And if the country can be split more because of it, we're going to go to factions, basically. And that's the real problem with this country. This country is going to be fucking going down the shitter fast. We're going to have a massive depression. It's going to be to each man for themselves, man, women, and child. I mean, let me put it to you this way. We're going to talk about economics. The damn economy will tank to the point where we will see the stock market crash, okay? You got the wealthy, the Bill Gates saying, fuck the Dons and fuck the Trumps and fuck this and fuck that. And you got the other people saying, he doesn't get our country under control, we're doomed. I mean, look, Bill Gates doesn't like the man. There's other people that are philanthropists that don't like it. I say let the man do his job. Nothing or vice versa. You can't basically say fuck this and fuck that and fuck this with our current administration. He's doing his best he can. Fortunately, Democrats are chewing it up, eating it, spitting it out, and saying, I can't do this. You don't do this here. No. They're playing on the Democrats. They're playing on the people's fears. If we don't get this virus under control, and give more money, get it under control, and get China to bring in our products and everything else, then shit's going to hit the fan. I mean, look, Dinky said it. Corey said it. Pee Wee said it. It's like the old water hose connected to the spigot outside. Let's just say Pelosi and the rest of those people got elected, right? And all they do is they walk out to Pee Wee's lawn and they go, all of a sudden, the virus is turned off, just like that. Then what? Oh, praise the Lord. It's a miracle. I mean, literally, we don't know how long we're going to be in this. If we have it reelected, it's going to, I mean, look, I said this many times. Other countries have contained this. Why can't we? You got a lot of Democrats saying, well, it's because the president's being a nincompoop and telling everyone not to wear masks and everyone's getting sick and eventually we're all going to die. And he's for the Constitution, but we're here using the medical, the pandemic, telling this governor, you're in charge. So what happened here? We got Inslee got sued, saying it's unconstitutional for masks. Supreme Court of Washington turned around, thumped the guy, and said, you get to pay legal fees, you get to pay this, you get to pay that. Too bad if you lose your house because you took the governor to court. It's in his constitutional rights in the state's constitution to handle pandemics. It's like Sassy Assassin said, they don't know if the government can have the powers for a pandemic. I think there is, but I haven't looked. I'm not going to go dig it up right now. I don't know where it is in the Constitution, but you got the Democrats again, fucking throwing it out there, throwing the piece of meat to the sheeple. You got to vote him out because he's violating the Constitution. He gave immunity and clemency and pardoned. He's pardoning his friends that the FBI sent to prison. We're gonna vote him out for that. Oh, he's abusing this. He's abusing that. Oh, now he's saying he wants to do tax credits. Fuck everyone else. You're all gonna lose your homes and be homeless. You need to push the American people and push the Republicans to give money, and then you guys can keep your house. But if you don't, and he gets what he wants, you're all going to be homeless. I mean, they're putting fear in the American people. No one knows what the fuck's going on. They're not even talking about a second stimulus. They're saying hardworking Americans. I mean, I've had to put how many times in the economy you bankrupt the fucking country if you get $2,000 a month. I've had to post today, and I was sharing this earlier. People are saying they're entitled to $2,000. The government doesn't owe you jack shit. If you live on $1,000 a month, you make that fucking $1,000 work. If you fucking go to the casino and you end up with $10,000, you hoard that money. You don't sit around and fucking, do what you do. You just don't. You don't say, oh, the government owns me $2,000. I'm only at $783 and I can't live. Then fucking get a pay, son of a bitch. Look, if I could sit here on YouTube with a scratchy voice, telling you, I mean, look, I contacted my lamb lady. We got lamb till September. Then it's out. I talked to Chloe. So what do we do? Well, we're just going to order a couple of 30-pound beef boxes of hamburger. We'll have hamburger helper and we'll have fucking Velveeta hamburger helpers in there. There you go. Dinner solved. You don't need to take a rocket scientist to sit there and say, oh, well, look, you don't need to live on $2,000 a fucking month because you're a greedy son of a bitch. I mean, literally. I mean, look, I've talked to advocates about it. They don't want $2,000 a month to bankrupt this country. And they'll still spend the fucking $2,000 a month, go to the advocate and go, yeah, I can't pay my rent. Can you pay it again? And they're going to sit there and be like, you got $2,000 a month. What are you doing with it? I don't know. I mean, literally, right in front of drinking a bottle or a flask. I mean, look at it. The country's fucking greedy. If people that's on disability can make it last per month, then why can't these son of a bitches make it last instead of having people like them? I mean, look, I've said this many times. Mitch McConnell is completely right. You turn around and you do one more stimulus, all right? If the Dems get in, they're going to keep giving stimuluses and jacking the deficit, not giving a shit. Let's just say the Dems have both House and Senate and the presidency. They might just keep the pandemic going until everyone goes hungry that owns guns to turn them in to eat. But everyone else that doesn't have a gun, they'll be just like, here you go, have some money, here, have some money. Meanwhile, these people that are happy the government's giving them money will turn out and say, oh, I need more money, and they'll give it. Where if you basically sit there and give another stimulus check next month, next couple weeks, what happens? I'll tell you what happens. They're going to ask for another one because the pandemic ain't over. They're going to keep asking until after November. I mean, literally, it's all about me. You don't see me fucking sitting there going, literally. I mean, there's places where you can, if jobs went away with the dodo bird, offer a fucking job for them to build factories and stuff. If you want your fucking products and your warehouses filled up, offer factories. I mean, literally, what in the world are we doing if we're fucking standing around, sitting on our ass, basically with our hand out? That's un-American. I mean, literally. I mean, there's people out there that want to work and can't. And there's people out there holding a hand out, asking for a fucking freebie. And then when they fucking spend that money, they're going to go to agencies and advocates and whatever to get more money. It's a continuous fucking cycle. It's like, you know, I don't know about you guys, but that's how I feel. I feel watching this from my own home makes me look like an idiot because, you know, there's people out there being like, what about the SSI people? We're under 40 grand. Do we get it? They said hardworking Americans. How many fucking times do people need to basically play the video? We want to give it to the hardworking Americans. What happened to the fucking people? Fucking SSI people. You don't see me or Pee Wee or some of the other group members and moderators and are asking for a fucking dime. You hear all these people, what about SSDI? Are we getting it? What about retirement? What about survivors? What about VA? What about railroad? That's like Chloe said. I may not like everything Chloe says politically, but Chloe's fucking right. They're all fucking greedy son of a bitches when they got their hand out. Oh, we're bringing in 783. We need more than 1,200. They should give us $2,000 a month, or they should give us a check of $5,000. The other reason the Republicans refuse to fucking let the HEROES Act pass because they don't want $1,200 for a fucking person like me or Pee Wee or Chloe get $1,200, while a dad and a mom who's got 3 kids controls their money gets an additional $3,600 to go into their pocket. So they're spending $6,000.
Spend that money on their children?
None.
They use it for themselves, and then
see, there you go. Why do you think the Republicans are like, fuck it, the bill's dead?
A lot of parents are greedy. A lot of people are greedy. These are children, and you know what? And if their children are growing up in something like that, they'll try to claim, well, they have Asperger's, they have a disability, so I'm claiming them, and then they get the money, and then. My mom tried doing that with me many times in the past because she wanted to make money off of me.
Well, all I'm going to say is Chloe's right. You know, they're greedy. They're greedy fucking son of a bitches. All they fucking think about is me. By the way, Pee Wee, I got something to share with you that you might like. A medium roast Cafe Mocha Truffle by Barney's Coffee. Does that look good, sis? I know you love coffee. Cafe Mocha Truffle. Yeah, chocolate. Yeah, that's what I just said. It's a Cafe Mocha Truffle. That's what it says. Right here, Cafe Mocha Truffle. Naturally flavored, no artificial flavors added. Cafe Mocha Truffle by Barney's. Yeah, I bought some of this recently. Barney'sCoffee.com. I mean, you should see that. Is this artificially flavored or not? This one here. Look at this. Peppermint Mocha Coffee, Kahlua. Doesn't that look good? Smells good too. I have another peppermint flavor. This one. The Bean Coffee Company. Look at this. The Bean Coffee Company is out of Oceanside,
California?
Yeah, organic peppermint mocha coffee. This is the Bean.
That's from Oceanside, California.
That's from, yeah.
I know where it's at.
I don't know.
I know. I know where Oceanside is. It's just outside of San Diego. It's in the same county.
Yeah, that coffee is really good. Really good. Anyways, you're right. And Pee-wee's completely right too, that if the fucking depression happens, okay, here's what happened, all right? Let me give you a rephraser, because I know Pee-wee's gonna probably say, yep, you're right, Rita. During FDR's reign, FDR came in with the New Deal, including Social Security and Medicare. Or Social Security was incorporated in, during the big New Deal in the 30s, I think. But problem is if we have another depression, okay, and I'm going to say this to be funny, all right? Not to be serious or not to be funny, but to think about it for people watching this. The New Deal basically stabilized things and did Social Security. But what happens? A second depression, almost 100 years later, like 90 years later, takes Social Security away. So depression starts it and depression ends it. You see where we're going with this? History repeats itself. This time around, they're not going to do it unless they basically get Americans to get factories over here. The reason the American factories went overseas is because the big business corporations wanted to fucking get rid of Social Security. And the way they did that is anyone who works with Social Security or, has Social Security is different, but anyone who works like a job now, you might have like a 401k retirement plan and so forth. But if you don't have a retirement plan, you have Social Security. Some places offer you Social Security if you work minimum wage, you pay in the Social Security tax like waitresses and stuff. So when you retire, you get basic Social Security. Fortunately, that might stabilize. But if you brought back all the factories and all the workers and everything else made in America, and all these factories came over and you cut out China, there would be more money going into the Social Security system, which means the workers would be fucking bitching about how, instead of having like three people, one person paying for three people for Social Security might be like one person paying for 10 or 20 or 30 or 50 or 70, and they'd increase it. So they'd break it down like one person's paying this many now that everyone's working. I mean, literally the numbers are, and the point is Social Security will fail if there's a depression. With a depression means job loss. With job loss means no Social Security taxes. What Social Security taxes means, let's just say hypothetically, okay, there is a Great Depression that lasts 5 or 10 years. They might be able to restructure the taxes to pay, say, Social Security retirement and the general fund for SSI, but they'd have to restructure veterans. They'd have to restructure railroad. And if people aren't working on the railroad, except for fucking hammering out and building our railroads better, replacing rails and, and rail spikes and railroad ties and stuff. Yeah, then you can see where we're getting it. In the end, the American people need to ask themselves, what is going to happen? The depression will take it away. They don't have any way of replacing it that fast. If there's depression, jobs will be gone. And if this country goes into depression, then the entire country is fucking going socialist / communist, plain and simple. You're going to see, like in Russia, 12 hours for Sister Pee Wee to go get a McDonald's burger. If she wants to grab a burger, she'll be waiting in line. 8 hours to get a loaf of bread at the bread thing, unless you have a bread maker. They're going to make Americans' lives harder and harder, where warehouse orders are going to be only for the wealthy. No one else is going to be able to use it. I mean, look at it. We're going to be in worse off for a wear than if we were, I mean, this is something that we have to prepare for just in case. And, Mark, why don't you ask Pee Wee that? I don't want to answer that. Pee Wee, sis, would you answer Mark? I'm going to grab me a pinch. Oh, Pee Wee, I have something to share with you. Aunt Pee Wee wants to say hello to you. Hello, my name's Ebony. You eating again? Eating that log? Oh, you're kissing me. Oh, hello. Hold on. Well, what did she say? My opinion is we'll get a stimulus check. That may not agree with Rita, though. I didn't say we weren't getting a stimulus check. I said we might not get one. It's a maybe. I mean, look, let me ask you a question, Pee Wee, here, okay? Yeah, he is a sweet bunny, aren't you, boo-boo? Let me put it this way. I didn't say we're not getting one. I said I don't think Congress is going to hammer it out in 15 days. I don't think they're going to budge. I mean, look. Well, let's talk about this, Pee Wee. Do you think, okay, in your own opinion, the Democrats are going to bend over backwards for $1 trillion? I don't think so. Pelosi's made it firm. She's not going to budge. That's how I see it. Unless they come up with some grandiose idea that helps everyone, the American people are going to be sitting there waiting for a stimulus check. However, I didn't say we weren't getting one. I said that if they keep going the way it is, they might try to hammer out a deal in September before the next vacation, right before the elections. If that doesn't happen, I said that without stimulus checks and the help, the American people are going to see shit hit the fan. I said, that it might be $100, it might be $200, they might cut us out. Right now, they said 40,000 or under, and for the working class or the ones in the hospitality industry. You know as well as I do, you're gonna have the AARP and other fucking agencies fucking fighting for the elderly to get a stimulus check. No. Look, Mark. Before you say, are we gonna get one? No one knows. It's a maybe. Maybe. That's it. Maybe. Until we get more concrete evidence, we don't know if there's going to be a second stimulus or a third stimulus or a 99th stimulus. Exactly. But what if they turn around, sis, and say everyone will get a tax credit and no one on SSI is going to get it? I mean, look, but let's put it from my perspective. They're being tight-lipped about what they're hammering. And as long as the Republicans turn around and say, we're going to do this, and the Dems go, no, you're going to do that, and then they keep butting heads, we might not see anything. I mean, literally, we won't. They're going to have 15 days to hammer it out. And then when they leave on the 8th, then you're going to have, crap, let me get my phone for a second. Then they're going to have, 2 to 4 weeks to hammer. I took the Treasury Department from March 27th to March 27th to April. We're almost in August, sorry. April 29th for us to get our payments. Direct Express. Remember how many times they asked about Direct Express? We don't know if we're going to get it. We don't know which one we're getting in. Direct Express said, don't ask, and blah, 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 posted this crap, and finally they gave it. And now we're almost in the month of August, and I've said it, if we have a second stimulus check, they might just drag it out till all the first stimulus checks go out after September 11th. I mean, the thing is, no one knows when the money's coming and if we're getting the money. All I can say is wait and see. I mean, from my own perspective and all the research I've done, they're talking people working in the hospitality industry, the hardworking Americans, might get an economic impact payment to help them. But as my friend in Congress said, who's Republican, where's the elderly and disabled that are struggling to get food? Some states are offering extra food stamps. Other states aren't. So it's a crapshoot until we know exactly, in my opinion, until we have some kind of concrete data. And I think they won't have something hammered out by tomorrow. They're just going to throw something on the table. As my husband would say, my husband would say they'd be throwing a fucking bone out there. The repubs are going to be like, here's a bone. Throw a bone out there just to see what the Democrats do. He would be like, they're going to see what the Dems do. Dems are going to fucking throw a fit. Go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Everyone's going to go online and see what the Dems say on the sheeple. And the sheeple are going to go and say, don't give in, blah, 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 blah. We need $2,000 a month. We need this. We need that. And they're going to push back. And then Tuesday's going to come, and they're going to come up with another idea, and then they're going to drag it out till their next vacation. I mean, that's all I'm saying. They have to do something. They can't just let unemployment fail. And if they do, well, maybe they ask for too much, but they can do things that give jobs to the people. They can build ships. They can build roads. They can build walls. Hell, if you had all the unemployed right now, give them the materials, they'd probably have that wall built in what? A month? Wall built, done, Mexicans out. That's a good idea, in my opinion. Keep doing it with all those people, they can have wall built. No, that's just my opinion. Take it, I'm just sharing my opinion. We all have opinions, and I accept everyone's opinions. You know this. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, Mark and Pee Wee. Hope for the best. I mean, look, they're basically throwing a bone out there and waiting to see what the American people do. I mean, look, I've seen people on CNN, Washington Post, LA Times, Seattle Times, mainstream media going, we're going to lose our house if we don't get the unemployment extended. Then why aren't you getting off your ass and looking, I'm African American and no one wants to hire me? Oh, really? Fucking race card. Pulled out your ass. Now you want to fucking use that to fucking make money. Or the other one, we need our sex change paid for because we're African American. Again, the taxpayers aren't paying for it anymore. When will these fucking people realize that we're in a pandemic? I mean, look, the real question is let's just say the Dems do cause a Great Depression, right? They get both House and presidency. What if they turn around and save the House and Senate just because, save the country by just going over and going, let's turn off the coronavirus so Pee Wee doesn't have any more of the water bill. I mean, they could do that. I mean, we don't know what they're capable of, but, I mean, literally, they're going to try to make this country a communist country or more of an authoritarian / utopian society. We're not ready for the Star Trek society. We aren't. I mean, literally.
Got the other side who's trying to make this more of a military police force fascist country where everyone has curfews and has to, worship one god, like they did in the barbaric days. One side wants to go to a futuristic utopian world. The other side wants to go back to the barbarian era, where it's, authoritarian.
Oh, look, a desert on that little screen. That's cool. I like deserts.
Now continue.
So, where was I? So, yeah, I mean, you're looking at what you're looking at, and that's where I say, Pee-wee might be right. We might get a second stimulus, but right now it's all in the air. They're keeping the lid so tight that they're not talking. So all these people go out and make stimulus videos. I got a stimulus up to there. Mitch McConnell said, blah, blah, blah. We're going to blah, blah, blah. Oh, la, la, la. And people are now basically posting in the comments, clickbait, clickbait, clickbait. Thing is, you click on something and the guy doesn't have any accuracy. I've watched a lot of them. I've had to basically go into some of these videos today and basically tell them like it is. And you can threaten to vote out the Republicans if you don't get your $2,000 a month. They don't give a shit. You're just one fucking person. And if you want to bankrupt the country to give everyone money, then that means there's no police, there's no military. Everyone runs rampant. What if this person gets $2,000 a month? He has no gun, and he's sitting there. Oh, I got $2,000 a month. Woo! Guy walks into the house and goes, "I'm taking your shit paper, man." He's dead, and his $2,000, let's just say, is on the table. They'll pinch the $2,000, take his shit, and walk out. He's dead because he wanted to fucking bankrupt the country for his fucking greed. Literally, we can't fucking bankrupt the country just because of fucking greed. I mean, literally, even giving $1,000 a month per person fucking bankrupts the country. But no, you got all these jackasses turning around, and being like, we're entitled. No, you're not. Yeah, China might have basically caused this problem with the help of other people, but guess what? China's not going to fucking pay for it. If this guy wants $2,000 a month, we should send his ass to China and see if he can get China to squeeze money out of them damn guys, because China's got enough balls to take the guy, kick him in his ass, and send him back to America empty-handed. I mean, literally, there's too many people that think, the sheeple think that the fucking government owes them the fucking money because they are stuck at home. Now, I agree. If you're fucking stuck at home and you have immunocompromised like I am and Pee-wee am, maybe the government should give us some more fucking money. We can't go out. We have to rely on others. I got to rely on Chloe for groceries and rely on my advocates. Maybe we should get a little extra money, but nope, that's not going to happen. The Republicans are and Democrats are duking it out. That's what I meant to say, duking it out. So in the meantime, you got one guy saying, well, we don't want to do this, which is fine. I don't think $10,000 a person for a hazard pay is fucking fair. They gave us $1,200 and they're giving fucking $1,200 stimulus plus $10,000 for hazard pay. Plus, literally, they want a fucking apple orchard picker to get $10,000 hazard pay. Fuck them. They don't deserve fucking hazard pay. They deserve to have their our boot kicked up their ass and told to go home. I mean, literally. I mean, there's too many fucking variables. And, right now there's like 18 to 29 ideas on the table. And every one of these people are saying, today's like one guy, we're going to be talking about how they want to give this, and this, not stimulus checks. People are like, what about SSI? And they don't bring it up. The truth is, it's not. It might be on the paper, but we don't know what they're going to offer yet. So it's a maybe. But you got all these idiots throwing out all these cockamamie ideas out there. And they're basically, let me put it this way. These guys that do the bait click, if Mitch McConnell, if President Trump, not that Trump would do it, okay, or Secretary of State Mnuchin or Speaker Pelosi, we're all on TV talking about stimulus as well, drunk and farting. The sheeple would basically be like, oh, well, literally, well, what I'm saying is the sheeple would basically clickbait these things because the sheeple would want to know why Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Lindsey Graham and the president are all having a little hokey pokey party while drinking and farting and talking about stimulus. They basically make an update of if Speaker Pelosi came out drunk and talked about stimulus. They'd make an update video of Steve Mnuchin farted on TV. I mean, literally, they'd make a fucking living. They're basically, look, these people that are doing the clickbait, some of us know our stuff. Others, they just basically make a video because they need the clicks and they need the fucking money. And they don't give a shit. They'll make a fucking video where they could say, oh, today, Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham put their fingers up their butts, pulled them out, and sniffed, and there was poop smell, and they were talking while drunk about poop smell. I mean, these people are fucking sick. They'll make video after video, and then these other people that subscribe to these douchebags keep asking the same questions. Why not? If Twinkle Toes is so fucking expertise in her fucking channel, and she's got more viewers and more subscribers than me making a living, and I basically come out and cut the shit and basically say, here we're cutting the crap right now. Here's the fucking non-sugar coated truth. I'm not making the money off of it, but everyone here is saying, oh, there's going to be this, and we're going to get 1,200, we're going to get $2,000, we're going to get $3,000. People need to realize until there's something on paper and signed by the president, they can put all the deals on the paper. They can make all the budgets and all the stimulus packages on paper. The president can turn around and go, oh yeah, veto. Oh yeah, veto. Because he doesn't like what's in it. Until it's signed by the president and everyone agrees to that deal, people are fucking going to make a video every day of this deal was put on the table, that deal was put on the table. And you know what? Some of these people, they might be getting paid a little more than they say because they're fucking maybe working with the government to fucking see what the American people want. No one knows. To me, I'm just a useless, insane crackpot that sits back and people think I don't know anything, like Twinkle Toes, or that one guy told me to get off my channel when he said, we're getting a second stimulus. $2,000 a month. We're getting $2,000 a month. You're up here, asshole, Rita. Really? I still want to know where his $2,000 is per month because I haven't seen it. Pee-wee hasn't seen it. Mark hasn't seen it. Joe hasn't seen it. Chloe hasn't seen it. You see? My argument is valid and everyone else's argument is valid. I like to hear everyone's side and make a decision without having people turn around and tell me I am wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong when it comes to $2,000 a month and the country goes bankrupt. I might be wrong about stimuluses, but my main thing is walk lightly, carry big stick, and wait for them to come out with some news that tells about it. Not going on YouTube channels, watching everyone's stimulus updates and being like, that motherfucker is, literally. I've seen in the comments 500 times, we want this money, we want that money. When will people realize that people need to realize that when they fucking go online. Look, Pee-wee is right. There's a lot of people out there that don't do the research. And there's other people that are too damn fucking lazy to go on. Pee-wee's not lazy. I'm not lazy. That goes into Google and be like second stimulus. And they'll have updated info day in and day out, like last 8 hours. And you read it and you're like, oh, okay. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Wait and see. And then there's others that saying jack shit, only for working class. Literally, if these people fucking did the research instead of fucking going on YouTube, and then they want to call me out saying I'm a fucking insane crackpot, that I want every dime that is not nailed down, then there's a problem. Let me see. I was laughing. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see what you guys said. Rita knows her ship. Yes, she does. Yep. Hope for the best. Yep. Below. I was laughing at Rita saying wall building Mexicans out. Well, yeah, we build the wall and we keep Mexicans out. We can have the president basically give jobs to the average Americans and give them and have one person tell them exactly how to build a wall. Once they're done, we can have that with. Say we have 50 million unemployed people looking for jobs, and say 35 million of them went away the dodo. Hire them to build the wall. Your wall's done. Oh, we want a fleet of aircraft carriers and battleships and subs. Here we go. We move them in there. We can have them done in no time. We could be a good industrial magnet to build these things, Let's say socialist country, communist country. Yeah, exactly. Greedy son. Yeah, that's what I said. I called them greedy son of a bitches. Oh, they're worried. Let me put it this way, Pee Wee. They're all fucking worried about their fucking selves. You know me, I'm worried about every person. I keep telling everyone on this channel, stockpile water, stockpile fucking bug out gear, stockpile if you have access to weapons, knives, crossbows, longbows, get them. Water purification, stockpile food, keep your meats. If you live somewhere where you're remote from the big city like I am, stay there. But no, these son of bitches, no, the government owes me. They don't owe jack. We don't owe jack shit. Yeah, exactly. There's too many fucking freeloaders in this state. And then we have to sit there and have people say that we are the racist ones because we don't want these fucking freeloading jackasses basically freeloading off us. I'm in the store, in and out quick, don't want this. We're all valid. I put so much time into these things, and that's the problem. I mean, I sit there and I don't just sit around, I analyze everything from both sides, from Fox News and CNN and Breitbart and Politico. And I mean, I sit here all the time and I work on my spreadsheets in the evening and I'm going through it, getting notes, data. I mean, look, they were saying if people that don't get unemployment extended, they lose 50 to 85% of their income. Well, guess what? They shouldn't be fucking. They jobs lost. But then again, the Democrats are going to use this to their advantage to basically kill the economy and give everyone money and then try to vote their own people in. Yeah, well, they're all fucking sheeple. They'll fucking follow the fucking sheep to slaughter. When they find out they're the fucking main course, they're going to be fucking screaming bloody murder. Yeah, exactly. I agree. These protesters have got to go. I mean, literally, they're fucking Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. My cousin said the best answer. Defund the police. Every man, woman, and child with a gun. The Black Lives want to fucking sit there and want to fucking raid people. Well, no police around. You just shoot the fuckers. I mean, he basically said it himself. He said, just get rid of these bastards. You want to defund everything? Well, we'll defund them too. They either go back to Africa or they start living in a civilized world where they can't have their cake, eat it too.
I'll argue too that maybe white people should go back to Europe and give the land back to the Native Americans.
Well, that would be good because I'm Cherokee and Pee Wee's Indian, and that would mean you'd be going back to Europe. Bye-bye, Chloe.
I wouldn't mind going back to Europe.
Just give me my teepee or wigwam, and I'm quite happy and content.
I'll go back to England.
The whites aren't the problem, Chloe. That's the thing. The whites aren't the problem.
Well, there are whites instigating it too. They are. A lot of them are. Talk about.
Well, you continue talking. I'll listen while you use the bathroom.
The whites have been instigating it.
Why the fuck is my table fucking... Damn it. Why the fuck is this touching the wall?
I don't know.
There. I don't want that fucking touching the wall. It's starting to piss me off.
Anyways, whites have been causing problems when it came to race ever since the Civil War. And the thing is, the reason why is because a lot of these whites have passed down from generation to generation the Southern anger that they've inherited from their ancestors. An anger that, well, we would have had a better country if we still would have had slaves. There's some people out there who wish that there was still slavery. Some people out there who are pushing because they think this country should be for white people only. And look, you got the Ku Klux Klan. Look at what they do. Neo-Nazis.
Look, I'm going to say this once and once for all, Chloe. All right, my channel. White man might be a problem to a person. I, for one, think it's not a fucking problem. Because look what they did. They drove my people out and sent them all the way on the Trail of Tears and took their land. White man.
Yes.
The red man was just defending their lands. Unfortunately, You're basically saying that all the freaking white man should have got on a boat and went back.
Well, here's the thing, too. It's not like the black man chose to come to America. They were brought here tied up on boats to be slaves. That's what the thing is. The reason why all these other people of color, other than Native Americans, are on this land is because the white man. I mean,
look, if it wasn't for certain people, we wouldn't have this problem, okay? Fortunately, the future is what it is. We can't change it. It's in the past. We must move on. But we can't allow the blacks to basically destroy our cities and burn down villages and set fire and everything else just because Black lives matter. All lives matter.
Too, the cities that they're destroying were probably built over land that was sacred to the natives.
I'm going to go back to my video. Just play it on your phone. Where was I? Dip time, right, everyone? Dip time.
Go ahead, eat.
Yeah, I agree with Pee Wee. My family said the same thing. It's a new norm we're living in. We're living in a world where things happen. Things happen and things happen. And we as a people need to realize it's a new norm. Literally, it might never end, and it might end. It just depends. You got every country in the world rushing for the fucking vaccine so they can fucking make money off of it. That's what it is. It's they're fucking putting trillions of dollars in world currencies to get a vaccine. Fortunately, the fucking CDC, no offense, I got a fucking bitch about them now, claim that they're on the right track to finding a cure. Fortunately, if that was the case, it would have already had it fucking, a month ago? Instead, they have to do trials and retrials and retrials. It takes up to 18 months. I mean, literally, we're in a pandemic. If they keep fucking, we're going to just see shit at the fan by November. So I assume you're going to want me to order a couple of cases of soda soon for you?
Just go ahead and do it.
Not till you're empty.
Yes, do it then. But right now, I'm trying to do something.
Yeah, all lives matter. The point is, we shouldn't be just shipping people off to other countries. I mean, literally, I was saying, if we really wanted this wall built, all the unemployed can build the wall. I mean, literally, we could have a good infrastructure. We just had all these unemployed that can't find jobs, claim there's no work available. Let them build things. That's what FDR did. I mean, I may not have liked the man's ethics, but at least he knew what he was doing. But to do nothing, that is where I draw the line. When someone does nothing and we sit there, okay, and this is where I'm saying what I was saying earlier about the second check smart. If we do nothing and we sit there and we give our opinion to Congress and the Senate by calling, tying up their phones, and the Republicans hammer out one side of their deal, and the Democrats hammer out another, and it doesn't pass, and no one gives an inch, then you're going to see 30 million people unemployed, homeless, living in tents in 10 cities around the country. And guess what? They might not vote at all. You just lost 30 million people because they said, fuck it. The country doesn't care for us. We're homeless. They didn't do enough for us. Then what? Yeah, they think they're more special. I mean, look, they also think, this one lady, I told you this earlier, Mark, this one lady was more worried about the black trans women that aren't getting special rights. And they were saying that the whites and the Hispanic trannies are getting rights and that we need to support sex changes for blacks. I turned around Pee Wee and I said, then lady, put your own money in that jar because I ain't spending a fucking dime. Well, yeah, China basically, people that got the virus, they know what's happening. They die because of it. Everyone that doesn't have the virus, people that get sick. I mean, look at what my cousin said. Cousin said it themselves. In the beginning, people were dying rapidly because we don't know how to treat it. Now that we're getting better and better treatment, we know how to treat it better, even though there's no cure. But if we live in fear and we stay inside and we don't do anything and we stay inside and we become hermits, in the end, we're letting the virus control our lives. Well, you did see the new report that I read today, didn't you, Pee Wee? They said if you're a foreigner from another country and you're seeking out, say, a Chinese wife, or you badmouth China on YouTube or some blog, and the Chinese government takes notes of it, and all of a sudden they don't do anything until you land in China. Then they'll arrest you and put you to death for it. That's what this report said today. They'll put you to death if you're basically a non-Chinese citizen or a Chinese citizen. But if you're non-Chinese and you have to pass through the airport, they'll take you and put you to death in their country, even if you're passing through. I mean, literally, they want you not to even belittle the fucking country of China. And if you see what I'm saying, I've never belittled China. I said, the only thing I said, China created the virus. But I also said China's basically telling the Americans, look, you want your goods, you give us peace. You don't want goods, keep doing what you're doing. We don't have to ship anything to you. You son of a bitches, your warehouse will be empty. You can live on canned foods and canned foods and toilet paper and stuff. We don't have to produce anything for you. We'll produce it to the other countries that want our products. I mean, literally. I mean, China's ambassador to the U.S. said today that if they don't fucking give in and accept that China's a superpower, we don't have to ship them jack shit. And you know what? You're right. China is a superpower, but we shouldn't fear China unless they decide to invade us. Otherwise, they're on the other side of the water. I mean, literally, China has got the men to build tanks and anything else, but eventually, China's also the country that said that eventually, and this is their own quote from one of their presidents, I believe it was Mao, Chairman Mao said that if the Americans and the rest of the world deplete the world supply of saltpeter, there's not going to be nothing left with fireworks, explosives, ammo. Saltpeter requires ammo. When that natural resource runs out, Chairman Mao said we'll be fighting with pitchforks, shovels, spades, swords, knives, crossbows, arrows, etc. I mean, literally, if you look at the numbers, the saltpeter is being depleted faster and faster every year. I mean, that's not a renewable energy. I will never go to China, no. I mean, literally. I mean, I people think I'm stupid, but I've done a lot of research with my husband too. We know saltpeter's running out. When they run out, what are they going to do? I mean, look, oil is a renewable energy, but what if oil runs out? We use up all our oil, and then what? What are we going to run on? Seawater, steam, corn. We're going to start producing corn and drive around with corn furnaces in the back of our trucks. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I mean, look, China claims the products are top quality, right? I want to show you guys something. I'm going to show you this. Right there. Runs one time through. There's a hole in the bottom. This is Italian made. This thing is gone. How about this? Chinese made. Put it on. Right there. Look at that damage right there. Not even wore 1 hour. And the Chinese claim theirs are better than Americans. Right there. And these costed $15 each. The Italian one ripped. I mean, literally, you can't trust Chinese made tights. I can't. Chloe spent like $200 in tights for me. And they're all, I mean, size chart, everything says it fits me. They won't even last 2 hours. I got one pair that's so paper thin. One that was so paper thin from China that I put it on and the entire ass just broke. And it was like paper thin. It was like nylons. I'm sorry, but I don't trust Chinese made crap. I'm sorry to say. China can't invade me. Yeah, well, you got to remember there's something that China doesn't know. India's got the Gurkhas. The Gurkhs will back up America. And our ally France will back us up too with the French Foreign Legion. Hoorah! As the old Legion motto goes, mess with the best, die like the rest. Hoorah! Every Legion member is a specialized snipers, M203 box blasters, you name it. Thing is, China wouldn't even think about it. I mean, literally, they won't. Oh yeah, my MLB hats in my other room, they're all made in America, but even my coat that's I had 30 years ago was made in America. Now, Chinese made. I mean, literally. The other day, I was telling my cousin, want a good high quality fly rod? I told him yesterday, you buy American made. You don't buy a brand like Hardy and hope like hell that it's made in Korea. Korea might have some good quality stuff, but I'm not trusting my stuff to go fly fishing. I will trust American made only. I got some Chinese rods. I only use the reels. The reels are junk. I mean, unless you get a good fucking warranty on those Chinese products, they fumble. You can't trust them. My rod case was made in America. My rod was made in America. My other rods are made in China. Now they're only giving me like a 2-year warranty. But my original Chinese rods, lifetime warranty. Fortunately, I still don't trust Chinese made crap. It's substandard. American made, all the way. If we get ground one. Yeah, well, I trust Orvis, but I don't trust Orvis when it comes to certain products by Orvis. For example, if you want a high quality fishing rod, you got to go with American made. You want a fly rod. You want a fucking good fucking reel, you got to go with a reel that's American made. I'm curious about this. Just checking something. I love how I can go and email the company and they'll tell me exactly what I want to hear. You know? Mm-hmm. I know that. It's not a report myself. I mean, how do we know they're not basically putting stuff, the virus on our stuff, you know? Throw an email, send it out, and it's done. Lost my audio. They're basically making a lot of stuff. I mean, I was talking about tights earlier, Fumble Bum, how I bought Chinese made tights and they didn't even last 2 hours for $15 a pair. And they say they're high quality up there with American. Yeah, if you're fucking maybe a petite 5'2" woman, you can wear them with no problem. But 5'7", 5'9", they don't last. They do not last at all. But yeah, you know, Pee Wee is my audio. I'm sorry you lost your audio, Fumble. Is that your new pup that did that? Poor little dog. Probably had to poop out audio, you know. Look at my little boon boon over there. I made some new chocolate coffee. That's really good. I mean, look, I've done everything I can with the help of Pee Wee. You haven't been around in a while, Fumble, so you're probably well aware by now. Pee Wee recommended I get a little dishwasher. We have a pet challenge. Well, I have only good pets. Come here. Come here. You want to say hello to Fumblebum? Say hello to Fumblebum. Say hello to Fumblebum. Hello. Look at that, isn't it cute? People think he's a toy, but he ain't a toy. He's actually alive, don't you? You chewing on your loggy? Yeah, it's my bun bun. This is as big as he gets. Want in? No, he doesn't want in for once. As long as the dog doesn't eat him, he's okay up here. Look at that. He doesn't want to go into his cage. Isn't that cool? Want in? Oh, come here. What's up, huh? You just want to sit out on the freezer? Nope, he wants pets. Come on in there. But yeah, I mean, literally, there's a lot of Chinese-made crap I don't trust. I trust American-made stuff. I won't even trust Chinese-made meat. If it's not made in America, I won't eat it. I mean, that's the way it is. Looks like the trash cans need to be emptied again. But yeah, like I said, oh, that's cool. But that's entertaining. That's really probably entertaining, Me, I try social distancing myself as much as possible. I had a guy the other day, Fumblebum, telling me that it's cheaper for them to buy grocery store milk and dehydrate it. Hard to say, but if I'm paying that kind of price, I'm going to want my milk already dehydrated. I mean, that's what I did recently is I bought dehydrated milk, and I got 2 bags coming. I spent $440 for 2 55-pound bags of milk to stay in here as long as possible.
Take a shower this evening.
Sure. So, but yeah, milk, I use, I buy powdered milk. All right, so my schooling is set up for tomorrow. I got my book, I think, on the freezer. Yep, my study guide. Oh, here's my catalog I was wondering about. And then here's my book here. I got to read chapter 6 tomorrow and tonight. The good news in 30 words. I'm doing an online school course with my father-in-law. That's really fun. I'll talk to him about it. I also got my study guide, which I don't even know what I'm doing. Brand new. Good question. I should email my dad about that. Find out what I'm supposed to be reading in the study guide. So, yeah, father-in-law and I didn't get around. Apparently, he stopped talking to me since Wednesday because of fucking because of the what do you guys call it? He posted a thing about Sports Illustrated has their first trans woman, just like he did with Playboy, and I'm like, nice. And he's just like, oh, it's better for acceptance. Not really. If a guy wants to go check out Sports Illustrated magazine or a porn mag, he wants to find out his women is former dude, he ain't gonna be whacking the monkey to it. He's gonna unsubscribe and say, fuck it. They're not real women. Plain and simple, be done. I was telling that to my cousin-in-law. I'm in a hot tub. We were talking about that, again.
Like hard as hell.
Yeah, well, with me, I actually bought powdered milk. I bought 24 2-pound jugs. Well, I'm waiting for my 55-pound bags. This will make 2 gallons of milk. And then once that's done, I will start getting into the bag by putting it in Ziploc bags. And that's why I ordered more Ziploc bags, which, again, Ziploc bags ran out until like August 3rd or 4th on Amazon. I mean, I can't believe they're sold out of these things, but it's the pandemic thing, So that's how it works.
I come back for this one. Okay.
I will put bags in those.
Yeah, wait till I get both of them out. Do one at a time because these things are going to weigh out. Holy shit, it weighs a ton.
You want me to pull it out?
Yeah, okay, pull it out for me. I'll take it up. Oh my goodness. Here, I got it. Here.
I just crushed my pinky.
Oh.
I'll pull this one out for you too. All right.
Gee, it smells bad.
It has rotten fish in it. See, I do stuff too.
Okay. Is the other one out there? Where's the other bag?
There.
Okay. This one heavy too?
Yep.
Oh! Smoky move. Oh! Gross. Perfect.
No. Knock it off. Bad dog. Lay down. I heard he got his balls snipped off, Rita, the bunny. Why did he have to do that? Because if the bunny doesn't have his balls snipped off, he only lives 2 years. If he gets his balls snipped off, he lives another 8 years. So, long life. I don't want to lose my bunny at 2 years old. Hi. So, little Boon Boon's fine. I love chocolate. Yeah, it's a mint chocolate. This last night I had a chocolate bar while watching a movie. We finished National Treasure. I fell asleep. Ugh, my hand hurts. See if there's any other bags that need to be replaced. Yep, just the recycling can. That one there. I think the bathroom one might need to be emptied tomorrow or something. It's getting, or I can just, But yeah, it makes it so he lives longer. Don't you, baby? Hi. He's a good bun. Yeah, well, he had to have his ball snipped. Like I said, he is lives longer. That's why I have my Boon, little Boon. So I still can't believe that hotel I sent my cousin stuff to. Man, that was expensive. $330. There was a friend of mine last night, won't give names, who sent me a picture of something they wanted, right? It was like a radar detector. And I'm thinking to myself, if I was going to send money for a radar detector, I'd more likely send the money to his wife. I wouldn't do it, though. Got to get Chloe's permission. For them to buy food. A radar detector is, in my opinion, a useless piece of equipment unless you're trying to elude police and drive fast. So, me, I would be like, food first, radar detector later when things happen, But that was just me. You know me, I'm very frugal right now with money. Good coffee, by the way. I'm going to fire up the dishwasher soon, everyone. So, yeah, he's doing good. The stitches are dissolvable. The vet told us to drop them off. We couldn't go in the vet's office because, the vet, but Ebony's taking care of it. They said bring him in about 6 months. They'll trim his nails. Same day we had him fixed, we had Moppy have his shot. So, but so yeah, my family, like I said, they came to visit me Thursday through Saturday. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad at all, They're just. So, friend of mine messaged me saying that his little wifey is so hungry that her tummy is making noise. I was like, yeah, that's the way I am, That's why I ate a few pieces of candy this morning. Usually I don't eat candy. I try to keep my weight down, but yeah. But yeah, my dishwasher, I'm getting ready to plug that in real quick. Then while it's going, I don't know if my wine glass is cleaned or not. I can always have some wine while waiting. I think there's a bottle somewhere it's open. Yep, wine glass is up there. So I'll do this to show you guys how it works. I do this. I do this. That's not on. Then I do this.
I'll be back in. I just found a book left out there.
What?
I found a book left out there. I might take it to Lost and Found one of these days.
Okay. See? Easy peasy. Japanesey. Little doodad's plugged in, ready to roll. Oh, his rash is clearing up nicely. He's laying by the door now. He's not wearing a cone. It's easier for us because we give his moisty food and he's fine with it, So, but yeah, anyways, I spent some money this weekend, with my family around Thursday. As I said, it was kind of expensive. They got in, their room was covered for the first night, and they checked in, and they had this one-bedroom apartment that was used as an old folks home turned into a hotel. So they had their full bathroom, and it was basically like my apartment, my first and second apartment. It was really nice. It was a little hotel, and really nice, and it was cool. And then the second, from then we went to the brewery, and I had a beer, and they had a couple. They had a burger and a beer flight sampler. Then we went to town. I got her a T-shirt, and then from there we went to coffee shop, and then we went to another brew house, and then from there we went to the grocery store and got her some snacks. Then we went home. So, and then Friday we went to a wine tasting, and early in the morning that was like $250. We got like 4 bottles. They got 2, and I got 2. And then, they didn't tell me the salami and the cheese and the crackers they charge. They're just like, oh, you want it? My cousin's like, oh yeah. And then afterwards we went around to different bars. The only one we didn't try was Haley's with them there, but they went or the Mike's Wine Bar. But everything else we went to, it was great. But that was kind of a costly trip, but it was fun. It was like $250 at one place. Chloe wanted fish and chips. She never ate her fish and chips. I guess it went bad. Well, it's not good anymore. So, but anyways, they got the dishwasher going, and when the dishwasher is done, I got to clean up a roasting pan, and then I got plates to wash. I got like 3 loads. Little dishwasher, a can. So, Mr. Conehead, he still got Mr. Conehead. Got Mr. Conehead his rash cleared up. He's got his cone off, so vet said as long as he doesn't chew on his rash, chew on his thing, he doesn't need the cone. I should check something. Trying to find something real quick. Hey, Ma. I see you just hopped up on Mama's bed. Oh, yeah. So my cousin said she's on the road right now, just driving around, going down south, I think. I said, what time do you get home? She's like, about 6. So it takes about an hour outside of Portland. So that would mean they're close to the border to Washington. So, they should be happy. So 3 hours, they'll be home. They'll be home and they'll be happy. And I will put in a movie and relax. I'm trying to find out where that wine went that I had. I had a bottle I thought I was going to finish, but I can't find it. It was open. Unless Chloe drained it. Did Chloe drink my wine? Weirdest thing is, it went missing. It was open. Or did I finish it? I don't know what I did with it. Was it that one that was in the trash the other day? No, it can't be. It could have been. I don't know. My wine bottle went missing. Can't find it, Oh well. Can't have everything. I did find this wine a little interesting, though. $16. This might be what I'll drink tonight. Look at this. The War's Warrior. What do you guys think? It's $16. What happened to that one bottle I had? Doesn't matter. It was funny. I was out with my family. We went in one of the wine stores, right? And I'm sitting there, and my cousin says, "Thanks for the wine tasting. I just wanted to let you know that it must be hard putting up with Rita." He turned around. My friend's great. He said, "If you want," he goes, he's like, if you want to throw the admiral under the bus, that's me, the admiral, then feel free to. But as a commander, I'm not throwing my admiral under the bus. It's people like her that keep my business afloat. You want to throw her under the bus, feel free to. Where the oldest British port house was found in Portugal in 1670. Desserts and strong cheeses. Yeah, I just love little bottles like this. It's not a bad price. Some prices are more than expensive than others. Oh yeah. So, anyone have any questions about the stimulus check? Mm. Hour and a half, they said they'll be home. Because of speeding, I think. He's like a wet foot. The other day, I was talking to them about, you know, banks and stuff. Here's that catalog I was curious about. There's aluminum rod tube. That's the only one that gives aluminum rod tubes. Oh no, Helios 3 gives the aluminum rod tube. That comes with aluminum rod tube as well. Now they're cloth rod tubes, you know. Yeah, I know. Isn't that something the Portuguese were? Well, at least these ones are aluminum too. I like aluminum rod tubes. The rod tubes are great. Rod tube, yep. So my cousin, he needed a kit. Thought about getting a 9-foot 5-weight. Get a couple of those for Chloe. There's fly tying too. Some of these are great. I was looking at the reels, you know, but it doesn't say anything about warranty, you know. Made in America, yeah. Only one made in America. Oh, this one's made in America too, it seems. The Mirage LT. Oh yeah, I feel like now the LT's cheaper, but they are imported. I want to know about the warranty. They never give information of warranty though. The reels are really good, you know. I just don't want a Chinese made piece of junk, I tell you. That vest looks cool. I want a new vest. That'd be awesome, you know. Yeah, now everyone wants to be treated equal, you know, that fumble bun. That's why you have all these blacks going up against, you know. I mean, a lot of people think I'm insane looking at warranties, but you know, my main thing is I'm not insane, you know. So yeah, I'll figure out what I want to do eventually. Christmas is around the corner, you know, so you know, I was hoping to get Pee Wee's opinion on some. Maybe you'd like to share your opinion, Fumble Bum Pee Wee, um, about So my cousin says they're taking a break from drinking. Well, I hope so. They drink like a freaking fish. Which reminds me, I should ask him about that tequila. So, yeah, I just had to ask. They said something about a swimming pool, and I'm like, what pool? You got a pool? Literally, that really is going to be interesting. Probably an above ground pool. Then again, the water bill's pretty high where they live, so, But, anyways, port tea. Yeah, well, port wine's one of my favorite wines out there. I mean, this is going to be my birthday wine. Fumble Bum. Look at that. Copcake Calheta, 1978 Porto. This was a 78 port, and I got an 85 port. Couldn't get any. I asked her if she could get anything less. They have up to 1937, Yeah. Yeah, and then Americans basically brought slaves over from Africa. I think the Amistad was. I don't remember the story about the Amistad, but So yeah, they're just saying that they're gonna put the tequila in the freezer. Now, the thing about the tequila is that thing was $100 by itself. I couldn't believe my cousin in law got out of a hot tub, went around for 15 minutes to go drink a few shots of tequila and come back. Me, I wanted to stay in that hot tub. I didn't care if everyone left. The manager just turned around and said, "No worries." I should email that lady. Um, there we go. Email her and ask a question. Yeah, well, I had some fun. The only thing I had fun with is, but Chloe wanted me to find out about the hot tub because, I wanted to stay in a hotel again and use a hot tub. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I prefer it. My cousin loved this stuff, though. He loved the 50-year cognac I had him try. My cousin loved he had a glass of this. He said that was really smooth. I drank one of those and then one of these. I prefer this, but I gotta order some more. I'm just like lazy. I prefer Remy anyways myself, but I could have bought a bottle of this when they were here, but I didn't want to pay the price. My cousin's like, ew, wow, that's expensive. Well, Hennessy's cheaper if you order it online, but I don't like Hennessy myself, so I just stuck with what I have. You know, when my cognac runs out, I'll just go buy some more. Tequila. Yeah, tequila, tequila. Exactly, exactly. There's just, my cousin knows it was expensive, but damn, those wines were expensive too. I tried. I mean, I got Chloe a bottle of Malbec, and I got her a Riesling. Riesling will go good. I don't know what I'm going to do with dinner tonight, but the coffee done? Yeah, it is. I don't want any more coffee tonight. I got a couple beers in the fridge, but I don't want to indulge in beer either. I'm not a beer drinker. There's like 4 beers in there. Just to show you, Fumble Bum, my my local brewery here in town, where I live, San Juan Island. They make their own beer, so they sell it in their own grocery store, and they sell it at the brewery. 4-packs, 4 pints. This is a Blackboard Porter, and then there's a Powers Out Nitro on stout on nitro. It's not bad. A little strong, in my opinion. Relax and enjoy. I always relax and enjoy. I gotta clean the fridge out. Again, do a fucking fridge cleaning again. Ugh, Chloe wasted some ramen. Sometimes she's weird. So buy like $70 of ramen, not cooking, then be like, "You ain't forgot." That's why I told her this time around when I order, I'm ordering. Yes. Finest reserve. It better be for the fucking price, man. Movie time. Well, what are you watching? I want to watch a movie. I want to watch Shawshank Redemption, but I don't know how many people are watching and how many people left. Because there's people that are watching, but they're not talking. When they're not talking, I want to leave and go somewhere. I like port. I don't like anything else. So what type of movie you watching? Well, I guess I'll ask that question later. You know, I can email Pee Wee it too real quick. Let me do that. That would work too, since no one's messaging. Yep. Email sent.
Try back in.
Well, everyone, since no one's talking, I think I'm going to log out.
Watch a movie?
Yeah, Shawshank. So, please comment if you're still here. If not, I guess I will see you guys tomorrow and talk to you about what's going on with Congress and stuff. So, anyways, and the Senate. So please, please add and subscribe. Please post comments. Please leave feedback, suggestion. Hit the like, subscribe button. Hold some funding for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dogs. Hit the bell notification for new content every day. Thanks for watching, everyone, and God bless you in everything you do.